Good evening, everyone. A bit of an echo here. Welcome to the January 28th, 2019 meeting of the Greenwich Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. Someone else out there? Okay.
It's just too loud.
Just getting a little feedback.
There's up the wall behind you.
Technical difficulties, we will...
What about talking to Elliot's mic?
There we go. Well, I can just speak loudly, too.
Yeah.
Okay, first order of business is seating of alternates. We have 6 permanent members. Peter, why don't you join us today, if you don't mind? Thank you. Next is the review and approval of the draft minutes of the December 17th, 2018 minutes. Has everyone had a chance to look at the draft minutes? Also, there was a email that had some additional information to be incorporated into part of that. Is there I was not here at last month's meeting, so is any of the members who were here? Are you approving with the inclusion of the notes on the December 21st memo?
Yeah.
So you're making a motion to incorporate?
Stefan is reading it first.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Elliot seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, very good. Okay. Next is the director's report, which was submitted in written form. Bob, was there anything that you wanted to cover?
No, I'm not going to add to this. I think the only thing that I have is the January 23rd memo that the director sent to you regarding the authority to issue an order to correct pursuant to an after-the-fact application. And Doreen would like to discuss this since she was involved in it.
Okay, fair enough. Doreen, please.
Okay, so that item is in your folder. At last month's agency meeting, the agent for application 2011-111, 16 Lakeview Drive, chose to withdraw the application since the statutory timeline had run out. Director Sesto brought to the attention of the agency that the withdrawal left the agency with no deadline to require the violation to be addressed. Discussions continued regarding the agency's ability to issue an order. However, with no clear resolution, the agency asked staff to consult with town council. In speaking with John Wetmore, we reviewed our current procedure, its purpose, and how it compares with Section 22A-44 of the Connecticut General Statutes. The discussion revealed that it's not clear if issuing a second phase of the order following the submission of the corrective action application can procedurally be considered a continuation of the first order. Therefore, since the violator has withdrawn the application to correct the violation, the agency should file a notice of violation on the land records and refer the matter to the law department to pursue in Superior Court in accordance with the Connecticut General Statutes. However, this would not block the violator from resubmitting the application to correct the violation in the interim.
Okay. Thank you. So do we have this item on the agenda? Does it require action by us tonight?
I don't think it's an action. I mean, just an acknowledgement by the agency that you wish to us to go to the law department with this matter, and hopefully in the interim we'll get an application that's actionable.
Okay, very good.
Well,
How did we leave the last?
Yeah.
How did we leave it?
What was
we
that?
left it in great confusion, as I remember.
Did we make a decision on the application last time?
It was withdrawn. We did not have we weren't sure whether we could.
So I think it's appropriate that we now make a motion to, right, just to close the loop on that procedurally?
We can move forward with that.
Yeah,
action.
so I'll make a motion to take action consistent with the advice of counsel to file a notice of violation on the land records and refer the matter to council to pursue in Superior Court.
Second.
All in favor?
Fine.
Okay, great.
So are we going to notify the applicant of this decision so they know what's coming
Yes,
out?
we'll give that to them in writing.
Okay. Okay, any other business that anyone would like to bring up before we get started?
I have an item.
Please.
Working very. Anyway, as you may remember, some of us attended the annual environmental meeting a couple of months ago, and I met Darcy Winther, who, among other things, is in charge of providing training to commissioners and members of agencies like ours. And she kindly sent me a set of DVDs with a training program, which I found quite useful. I've already seen it, so I'm going to leave this with the staff. If anybody's interested, you can borrow it. It'll be there for you.
Pass it down. Come down.
Great, thank you, Alan. Okay, any other items?
Pass them down.
No? Okay. If I sit back here, maybe it'll be all right. Okay, well, let's move on to the public session then. First is public hearings, and the first application is 2018-152, 20 Meadowmarsh Lane, Conti and Conti LLC for Martis Axel for removal of man-made pond, creation of a rain garden, and modification of a terrace. Mr. Clausi, please.
All right. The agency looked at this last month in a public hearing discussion, and since that time, we've received a couple of more documents. We've received the biological report prepared by Soil and Wetland Science LLC, signed by Otto Thiel, professional wetland scientist and soil scientist. That one's dated December 16th, 2018. We received a plan entitled Phasing Plan, prepared by Conti and Conti LLC, dated January 7th. A topographic survey prepared by Earth Image LLC, certified by Michael W. Finkbeiner, Connecticut Land Surveyor, and Juan C. Lopez, Connecticut PE, dated January 8th. Arborist report, which reviews a twin 20-inch red maple prepared by John Conti, a Connecticut licensed arborist, and that was received by the agency January 8th. And just today, I'm passing down a supplemental report on the viability of the proposed wetland restoration at 20 Meadowmarsh Lane, prepared by Otto Thiel, professional soil scientist, dated today's date. Last month, there were a couple of loose ends in this application. As I just said, one of the, and these documents basically fill those gaps. We're missing a biological evaluation. That was, when the staff report was written, that was submitted just before the December meeting, and it summarizes that the pond has very limited ecological value, and the wetland to be created will be densely planted with a diverse range of native plants that will be better at removing pollutants from stormwater moving through the system, and will be a great improvement to the wildlife habitat value and aesthetic quality of the property. So that evaluation, I think agency members who visited the staff can probably agree with. The pond is, there are ways to make it better, and I think the applicant has demonstrated that their plan will make the on-site conditions better. The survey that we received gives a lot more information about the where the wetland depression is going to be created in relation to where the pond is. It's going to be sited a little bit further to the north and east. And it's going to be a similar size. And interestingly, the earthwork calculations on the plan show that there will be basically a net wash in the amount of material cut from the site to fill the pond with the amount that will be needed to be excavated to create the depression. The phasing plan gives the erosion and sedimentation control details that were missing on the initially submitted plans. I would note that if the project is implemented in the spring, as this phasing plan indicates the applicant would like to do, we're going to need filter dewatering probably on a continuous basis in this area because it's going to be wet. And you have to be careful moving equipment in and out on saturated soil. The 4-inch drain that daylights to Long Island Sound may also need to be capped so that the filtering is able to be controlled without having that as a bypass. Mr. Conti's arborist report on the twin red maple that's growing out of the base of the berm indicates a number of problems with this tree, and his recommendation is that it be removed. The planting plan does include some trees, so I think this is reasonable given you don't want to have a hazard hanging over your backyard. And just tonight, Mr. Thiel's supplemental report on the viability of the wetland restoration. Reading through it just as it was handed to me, I think it nicely summarizes how they're going to be getting close enough to what they believe is the groundwater table to have an area, this depression, that if a soil scientist were to come on site in the future and put an auger in the ground, they would say that that's a Connecticut statutory wetland. So I believe the applicant has addressed all of the agency's questions, and I recommend the agency close the hearing and issue a permit with the conditions provided in this staff report.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Mr. Conti, welcome. Anything to add to what was said?
No, I think it's basically a wetlands improvement project. I think we made a full presentation last month. I know you have a full agenda, so unless I'm here to answer questions, I don't have too much more to add.
Okay, thank you. Are there agency questions or clarifications for Mr. Conti or the applicant on this? No? Are there public questions or comments like to be set into the record? No? Okay, thank
Motion
you.
to close the hearing.
There is a motion to close the hearing. Is there a second? Okay. Very good. The hearing is now closed.
Want to take a vote?
I, for one, feel that I could take a vote on this. It's just a show of hands on who would like to proceed.
Take a vote to close the hearing.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. All in favor of closing the hearings first? Yes. Okay. Next, is it the sense of the agency that we can make a decision on this evening?
Yes.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion on the application?
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions listed.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is application 2018-154, 200 North Maple Avenue, Redness and Mead, Incorporated for Greenwich Academy Incorporated for demolition and reconstruction of lower school and northern parking lot, middle school addition, and pond dredging. Mr. Clausy, please.
All right, Greenwich Academy. The file, documents have been added to the file since the agency first considered this last month. They include revised site plans, about 14 sheets of them, dated January 22nd. A revised drainage summary report dated January 22nd. Comments from the DPW Engineering Division, Senior Civil Engineer Scott Marucci, dated January 28th. A map prepared by William Kenny Associates entitled Wetland Activities Map. This is dated December 17th. That was actually handed out at the meeting last month, but was not stated on the record. A letter to Director Sesto from Donald G. Fritz, the neighbor, dated December 17th, and the email that we discussed tonight, which was dated December 21st. Supplemental staff report that I prepared on the 22nd. A letter in response to the December 10th DPW comments from Brian McMahon of PE of Redness and Mead. That was dated December 22nd. And a supplemental soils investigation report prepared by Otto Thiel, professional soil scientist, dated January 10th. Let's see. All right. There were two main areas of question and concern at the conclusion of last month's discussion. Regarding the replacement of the northern parking lot, the grading associated with raising the northern end of the parking lot 7 or so feet, and the feathering of that fill to the north will eliminate a 215 square foot wetland, which is currently shown from old surveys at the northern end of the parking lot. On January 10th, Mr. Thiel, who did the original flagging on the wetlands on the site, Bill Kenny, who is the applicant's current wetland and environmental consultant, and I were on the site looking at the soils, and Mr. Thiel's report describes the changes that have happened in that area and the fact that he no longer believes it's a wetland, and therefore it's not really a wetland elimination caused by this project. This elimination happened over time since the area was originally flagged, and it was probably occurred in conjunction with establishment of the berm at the northern end of the parking lot when that was created to create a detention basin. I would note that the wetlands activity map that was distributed at the last public hearing session shows that the school proposes to create 744 square feet of wetland along the eastern end of the wetland that is this funny little drainage way near the playground near the middle school. And this whole area, that new wetland area plus the surrounding is all going to be enhanced with a very intensive planting plan that was discussed last month. The pond dredging question came up whether it was really something that needed to be done, given that there's only 1 foot of sediment in the pond. It's a very deep pond as it is. It's about 10 feet deep. And there was no analytical information provided to demonstrate that it was something that was required. In this conversation with Mr. Kenny, who's here this evening, I believe the school would like to do the testing on the water quality, dissolved oxygen, and other parameters when it's appropriate this coming year. And if those results indicate that dredging would be beneficial, to have the approval in hand to do the dredging. But they recognize if it's not beneficial to the pond, they don't really need to spend the money to do it. So that's, in my understanding, the way they would like to handle this. So that's a brief summary of what we've gotten on those 2 points. I've given you conditions of approval if you decide to close the hearing tonight. In relation to those conditions, I'm passing down a revision that I would suggest be made to the recommended special condition 1. which is a more general condition, precondition that the agency be provided with written approval of the stormwater management system before any site work begins. This would be in conjunction with a final construction plan, and it's a condition that I'm probably going to discuss more this evening on other applications, because the DPW Engineering Division has slightly changed its procedure for reviewing our submissions, and they're looking at these things, especially with a something like a subdivision. They're looking at these during the month that they have to review it, whether they're conceptually acceptable. And then they will do a more detailed examination when final plans are submitted. And they're assuming that if they say it's conceptually approvable, that the final plans are going to be similar to what they found conceptually approvable. And we also assume that because if the plans are very different regarding the drainage, and for instance, they're getting closer to the wetland, or they're doing something, the applicants who maybe get an approval with a condition like this have to be aware they might have to come back and reapply. Just like if they had an approved development plan and the house got bigger in the final plan, or the driveway moved toward the wetland, they might have to come back because that's not within the scope of their approval. So it's sort of like a at your own risk thing a bit for the applicants, but we have to adjust to DPW's procedures a little bit here, I think, and this is a way to do that, to cover ourselves.
Great. Thank you, Bob. Welcome.
For the record, Brian McMahon, licensed professional engineer with Redmond Mead on behalf of French Academy. I think I'll take a lead from my friend, Mr. Coffey, of the last application and be brief. I think Bob's explained the issues that we spoke about last month, namely the pond dredging, the small pocket wetland that has effectively, we are proposing to effectively declassify, and the drainage. One thing I would just add is that Bob mentioned Mr. Fritz's letter. There was an interested neighbor who had some concerns about drainage. We spoke before the agency last month. We have coordinated, I think, closely with Mr. Fritz, even prior to the December meeting. I spoke at length with him today. Andrew Kuzmich, another licensed professional engineer in my office who's here tonight, spoke at length with Mr. Fritz again today. And it's actually been a very productive dialogue we've had. And I confirmed this afternoon from Mr. Fritz, and he has allowed me to represent the agency that he is satisfied with the current plan, and his concerns have been alleviated. So with that, I have read the staff report. I would like to see, Bob, if you have a copy of the division. Yeah, I read the staff report, and now including this proposed revision to special condition number 1, and it's all in line with what we would have expected.
I just have one question. Do both your soil scientists agree that the pocket wetland near the parking lot is no longer to be classified a wetland?
That is my understanding, yes. They're both here tonight.
Because it was only reference to the original flagging. Is your new soil scientist agree with that?
Soil scientist.
No, does Mr. Kenny agree with that?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Very good. Okay. Any further agency questions
Well,
for the applicant?
Yeah.
Okay.
This question of doing some analysis of the pond, I mean, I'm assuming you very likely not get a bright line definition. I mean, are you guys to start comfortable with negotiating when we get to that point, when you've seen the samples and getting the right numbers? I mean, do we know what we're doing here? Or is it going to be guesswork?
Well, Mr. Kenny's here tonight. You might want to ask him the question what he anticipates looking at and providing to us as both data and backup reasoning, documentation, scientific papers, whatever, saying that, dissolved oxygen levels of this amount are detrimental, and getting mucky sediment out of the bottom of the pond tends to improve the condition like that. I mean, something like that would be
Yeah.
what I'd look for.
Mr. Kenny, would you like to address that question?
Because it's an issue during the growing season when we have algae growth and release of nutrients. That's why we wanted to do testing during that time and see what the dissolved oxygen levels are and how that habitat for aquatic organisms such as fish would be affected by that. It can be, we would take measurements of the sediment, the muck layer, and determine nutrient concentrations within that layer, and also look at the water column, what's in the water column and so forth. And then compare that to, as Bob indicated, other studies and things like that could be used as a benchmark.
Have they ever tried an aerator?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
no good?
That's correct. We'll look into different types of aerators as well. So I believe they've had a surface aerator. We will evaluate more of a diffusion system that's on the base of at the bottom of the pond, because if you can get the water's a higher DO level, dissolved oxygen level at the sediment layer, you can prevent the release of a lot of the nutrients from that layer. So we will look into that as an option.
Okay.
So just one other thing. If you decide to go ahead with the dredge,
Yes.
and you dredge, you're going to resample, right, to show that in fact the
Yes.
dredging did do what
Sure.
you said it was going to do.
And I want to emphasize that we have proposed a very low-impact method of hydraulic dredging, where we'll leave the pond full of water, we won't have to dewater it, and basically go in with a vacuum hose and just suck out the sediment. So it's a very low-impact method of removal of the sediment.
It sounds like it's a relatively deep, is it 10 feet deep?
Right.
And you're going to be doing dissolved oxygen sampling in multiple points throughout the pond and at different depths?
Yes, so we can lower a meter on a cable and take measurements at different depths and lower that.
What time of day will you be doing it?
We could, we haven't spelled it out yet. Obviously,
I think you'd have pretty big daily swings. At night, it probably plummets potentially, and during the day, it could be saturated. And then, so you have a pond, 10 feet deep. If we dredge it to accommodate fish or some other species that might prefer deeper water systems, then aren't we limiting that habitat for all the organisms that live in ponds? Like if you do a serious dredge on a pond that might not, dissolved oxygen, I don't know is going to tell the complete story, but it might have a community that's adapted to living in those conditions. So we'd be altering the ecosystem significantly, potentially, I should say.
so that is defining what your objectives are, whether you want us to support a fish population, although we will diversify the habitat. We're going to have emergent marsh systems along the banks of the pond, shallow, so there'll be shallow areas of the pond, deeper areas of the pond, to try to maximize the different habitat types that are within the pond habitat. But you certainly could just allow it to fill with sediment over time and become a wetland over many years. So
Natural succession, right?
Right, exactly. So at this location, focus on the campus, and we can have both, I think the best of both worlds, some wetland habitat and some pond habitat. So that's why we're doing that. But certainly the school doesn't want to spend money on the dredging if it's not necessary.
I was curious why it's on the table, the dredging in the first place. Is it to increase water quality, or is there another reason for it?
To help increase the water quality, clarity, and reduce the amount of algae. Yes.
Probably reducing the nutrients going into the pond would help reduce the algae more.
Yes. So we're working on that as well with the proposal that we have. Reduce the amount of lawn area. So there are a number of factors in play to help improve the pond habitat.
Yeah, and I think Connecticut Deep has pretty spelled out water quality standards for ponds.
Yes.
especially when it comes to orthophosphate and phosphorus and dissolved oxygen. So when staff is working with the applicants, I think that it'd be important to reference those.
Thank you. Mr. Benton, did you have something you wanted to add?
Once we've closed.
Okay, very good. Okay, any further questions at this point in the public hearing? No? Public questions or comments at this point? Okay, I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Aye, okay, very good.
I'd like to make a modification to Special Condition 6, which deals with the pond dredging.
Okay,
Given the amount of discussion we've just had about that, Special Condition 6 is fairly amorphous.
okay,
Okay, so I would change it, modify it to say, prior to the commencement of pond dredging, the permittee shall submit for staff approval documentation, continues, including water column oxygen levels at several locations within the pond and
Yeah, at different times of the day, and referencing Connecticut DEEP water quality standards for ponds, because why alter it if it's a healthy system?
correct. Okay, very good. Okay. Would you like to make a motion that includes that?
I would make,
If everyone is ready to vote on this? Okay,
I would make a motion to approve with the modification that we just laid out to Special Condition 6
And one.
and 1, and the additional one.
okay, very good. Is there a second? Okay,
Don't fight over it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next is application 2018-167, 122 Cedar Cliff Road, Rocco v. DeAndrea, Incorporated, for Charles Ziga, trustee for demolition of an existing residence and construction of a new single-family residence, driveway, pool, terraces, drainage, and landscaping in and adjacent to wetlands. Mr. Clausy, please.
Okay, I guess the first thing I'd like to ask, because I wasn't there, is who on the agency visited this site? Mr. Rogers, Schoendorf, and Ms. Curlin? Okay, thank you. Ms. Curlin, Mr. Schoendorf, and Mr. Rogers, right here. Yes. All right. The application documents in the file include the application and supporting documentation signed by Anthony DeAndrea of Rocco v. DeAndrea, who's the applicant's agent. The application form is dated December 13th, 2018. Letters of consent, these items were also in the application packet. Letters of consent from the property owner, Charles Zika, trustee, and the property contract purchaser, Michael Godner, authorizing the DeAndrea Company to act as their agent to present this application, and a letter of consent from the Indian Head Association President, Daniel Geisel, authorizing Michael Godner to conduct vegetation management activities on the association parcel adjacent to 122 Cedar Cliff Road. The application plan set, initial set was dated December 13th, and a revised set was submitted on, dated January 17th. We have a IWWA wetland and buffer habitat enhancement plan prepared by William Kenny Associates, dated January 16th, which is certified by Bill Kenny, landscape architect in Connecticut. A project narrative was prepared by Rocco v. DeAndrea and signed by Tony DeAndrea, dated December 13th. Soils report by Mr. Kenny, dated August 30th, 2017. A drainage summary statement dated December 13th, 2018. And let's see what else. Site photographs that that I took on the site on December 26th last year. The public hearing notice, which is dated January 3rd, the abutter notification, which is mailed out on January 8th, a wetland and watercourse assessment report prepared by William Kenny Associates, certified by Mr. Kenny, who is a professional wetland scientist as well as a landscape architect and wetland scientist, and Timothy Veit, staff ecologist at William Kenny Associates. That report is dated January 16th. In your folders is a copy of a January 24th email from Tony DeAndrea, which covers a January 23rd letter he sent to Scott Marucci of the DPW Engineering Division, and it also is attached to a revised development plan dated January 21st. Site development review comments prepared by Mr. Marucci of the Engineering Division. We have comments dated January 19th and January 28th. And this staff report, I prepared the initial report on January 22nd, and I prepared a supplemental report today based on some of the stuff that just came in. So going back to the staff report, the proposal is to demo a house that's on the property and construct a new single-family house with driveway, pool, patio, septic system, and stormwater management plan system. There is a plan as well, this habitat enhancement plan, which would proposes compensation or a mitigation for the elimination of the small Phragmites dominated wetland in this location by increasing the area of wetlands at this end of this wetland pocket, and also establishing a 20-foot buffer around that wetland that would extend on to the association parcel adjacent here to the east. The original plan, let's see. Now, as the agency typically expects with a significant impact activity, the applicant has provided several alternative plans. The initial plan did not include the elimination of this wetland or the expansion of this wetland, but it included grading right up to the edge of this wetland pocket. And based on that plan alone, we thought that this was a significant impact application, because it was hard to see how they could do that and maintain that wetland as a, the integrity of that wetland. Supplemental plan came in, which pulled all activities, maintained activities as previously proposed up here, and just took the grading down past this wetland and did this enhancement in mitigation. A third alternative has come in now, which will increase the capacity of this rain garden, eliminates a level spreader that was previously shown coming from this area down right to the edge of the wetland, which my initial staff report stated I had a problem with. And I believe they're also talking about maybe increasing the size of this rain garden to the extent they won't have to do the pervious pavement up here. But that may be part of the final plan that comes in. So to be more specific, the small wetland to be eliminated, it's a 615 square foot Phragmites, a hole full of Phragmites. And the area where the other wetland is going to be expanded is 770 square feet. As I said, the other benefit of this plan is that the wetland gets a 20-foot buffer with a boulder demarcation at the edge of what would be the lawn below this rain garden and retaining wall set up here. The planting plan and invasives removal component of the mitigation, if successfully implemented, will create a much more viable wetland here than currently exists. Let's see, the drainage. Okay, my staff report stated that the DPW would not review the drainage until it was brought into compliance with the requirements of the drainage manual for projects in critical areas such as this, which drains to Greenwich Cove. The supplemental material which prompted me to write my supplemental report today, as I state, the applicant's engineer met with DPW last week and revised the plans, which is here on your screen. And DPW has found these plans to be acceptable in concept. And here we're getting back to this situation where they're really not going to do a thorough review, on this timetable. And but in talking to Mr. Marucci, he feels that there is enough room and enough going on here that they can comply with the critical area standards and all other drainage standards with a plan that follows these parameters, this extent of disturbance. So I guess the applicant's team is here. They can discuss the particulars of it and any nuances of this discussion they had with Mr. Marucci and what they still need to do on the drainage. I have provided conditions of approval if at the conclusion of the discussion tonight the agency wants to close the hearing and proceed with issuance of a permit.
Okay.
I believe, well, I don't have to believe, I can read my report. I put I put the revised drainage condition in as special condition 1 on this.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Gentlemen?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, agency members. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. As Bob indicated, we've been working very hard to come up with a revised plan that is better than what was originally proposed. Currently on site, there is no drainage or water quality treatment. Mr. DeAndrea has an extensive plan for that. I know that some of the neighbors have been concerned about drainage and increased flow of stormwater during storm events. I think it would be helpful for Mr. DeAndrea to go through his plan for you and to explain how he has developed the current one that's on the screen.
Good evening, Tony DeAndrea representing the applicants, and my name is Charles Ziga, trustee on behalf of the contract purchaser. We have spent a lot of time in developing this plan. We have had several discussions with the director, Pat Sesto. We also had several meetings to discuss design concepts with the engineering department, specifically with Mr. Scott Marucci. The latest comments that came in from Scott will be January 19th. We made some fine adjustments to one of our approaches. We met again with him, as Bob pointed out, sent in a summary letter of what we had accomplished, and Scott gave us what we consider to be a favorable review of what we had proposed. I'd like to take a minute to go through how we developed the site plan and what the critical elements of it are. Those of you who've been out to the site recognize the significant and severe difference in elevation between the low levels down by the wetland pocket and the upper level where the home is currently located. That elevation ranges from approximately 30 up by the existing house and where they propose the new house, down to about elevation 6 at the lower portions of the property. The first step we always take in this particular zone, which has no sewer capacity, we have to identify the septic system. We did extensive testing throughout the site. We found out that the upper portions of the property are very shallow above ledge, The lower portion obviously impacted by the existence of the wetland pocket, which was seriously challenged, if you will, by the Phragmites and invasive species. Testing of the soil at the lower level up against the bottom of the ledge proved to be futile also because of the organic material that was there. I always thought that there might have been a quarry effort in there. I don't know if that's accurate or not. We also researched the health department files and found out that to the eastern portion of the property, there was once a driveway leading up to the side of the existing home. We understand that because of that plan, the end of the existing home was actually a garage. So this pocket of wetland that Bob mentioned, the small one, was separated from the larger one by what was a driveway moving up on that eastern flank. The test pits proved to be very good in one area, and that's where we have proposed a septic system on that northeast section of the property east of the existing dwelling. We preserved that area. It's good deep gravel, which was a good finding for us. Then the challenge was how to develop the site, given the high elevation of the house site and the need to access that. So we maintained basically the same driveway access up to the upper levels of the property. We proposed to have basically a shallow front to back home. It is longer than you might have thought would be appropriate, but because of the shallow depth, we managed to keep it up tight to the setbacks, meaning as far away from the wetlands as possible. The drainage plan then takes into account that shallow ledge, so we are proposing to have on the upper level under the driveway permeable pavers. Those are part of our drainage manual that has gained approval from the DPW. They encourage the use of it because we have the ability to create storage as well as the filtration and detention in that area. So once the water from the northern portion of the home is discharged into the permeable paver section as well as the driveway itself, there's some detention. When it builds up, it overflows down through the driveway drainage system, and then we bring it into the rain garden, which is surrounding the proposed pool, which is the surrounding of the pool, which is on the patio. We call it a grass patio, which is now a rain garden. Given the elevations that we have, you see that the elevation around the pool is around elevation 15, and that provides us with about 5 to 6 feet, depending on where you are, of vertical depth, which we use again for a combination of treatment of the water and also detention. So as the water moves in over the top of what's considered a rain garden, because of the way we distribute the water onto the grass and down vertically through the sandy soils that are required to be placed, the water then is cleaned, detained, and ultimately seeps out from the bottom of that patio retaining wall. And at the bottom of the retaining wall, based on the current plan that we've submitted in response to comments from DPW, we've enlarged the level spreader, which is at the base of the wall, and most significantly added a 40-foot width of compost amended soils, which are, again, intended to purify the water, detain the water, and provide some storage as the water is cleaned and filtered and evaporated. Then when you combine that with the buffer planting area along the modified wetlands, we feel that we have a good system of drainage that provides filtration, detention, and renovation as it moves toward the wetland. I think the key addition that we made in our last plan was the addition of the compost amended soils. In the drainage manual, we're encouraged to have a 40-foot length of travel time over land through natural soils. By adding these additional permeability in the soil, we have that additional cleaning and filtration. I think that's the high points, actually. I don't know if I went through it too quickly. We also have provided in this plan the ability to get down and utilize the existing pathway that is to the east of the existing wetland pocket. And I think what Mr. Kenny's plan is intended to do is provide a means of clearing out the invasive species and providing those plants that would provide nutrient uptake in the wetland area, as well as providing habitat, which doesn't exist today, and also providing additional storage area that we can use for the ultimate treatment of the water. That summarizes what I have to offer from the engineering side. Mr. Kenny is here to meet, ask some questions of him about the plan. Bob Clancy pointed out, we had considered trying to maintain that small pocket. And while it could be physically done, it has absolutely no value to what we're proposing. By substituting that and increasing the area that we're saving adjacent to the larger wetland, we're able to provide that 40 feet of compost amended soils, which will add treatment to the water, the runoff.
Okay. Thank you. Does agency want to ask questions of Mr. DeAndrea at this point, or do we want to hear from Mr. Kenny? We aren't quite there yet for public comment. Thank you. Okay.
I'm sorry. Mr. DeAndrea, just counting quickly, it looks like you're taking down 35 trees on this property, some of them quite large. I think there's a 40-inch something or other here, 40-inch, have to excuse me, I'm a city boy, so I don't recognize these things right away. 40-inch walnut, 32-inch maple, a couple of 40-inch yellow poplar. That seems like a lot of trees and some very nice big old trees that have a very profound environmental and wetlands impact function. Why are we taking down so many trees?
The tree removal is always an unfortunate effect of construction. We know that. We try to minimize the number of trees that do come down. There are some trees in the northwest corner that I've endeavored to save. We will continue to do that. Bill can comment a couple of things on those. I guess we can offer no other reason other than the fact that the site has become overgrown and not maintained. We're going to do a significant amount of landscaping and planting or screening and replacement of some of those trees. We cannot save and have not proposed to save all of them.
It looks like you're not leaving any trees on the property. As I look at the plan.
Down at the lower level of the southern portion of the property where we are showing to save a couple of significant trees, and we're not for the need to satisfy all the requirements of zoning as well as the engineering. We might have been able to save a few more. One of the, Michael pointed out right now, is that when the house is located where it is as far to the north as possible, one of the challenges we have is to comply with zoning. The zoning criteria that we're most affected by is grade plane. Building the house down actually on the ledge, cutting it slightly to get position and the ability to get the driveway up at the required criteria. We designed the platform around the pool to bring the grade up functionally as well as aesthetically in an effort to comply with the zoning aspects, which are grade plane. If you study the plan closely, you'll see that the elevations are increased in increments of 3.5 feet, which is the maximum allowable to create grade plane. So it's carefully designed to climb, if you will, up to the top. As I pointed out, the challenge of the topography was from elevation 30 all the way down to 6. So you'll notice that we are dropping the house close and hugging, if you will, the profile in the middle of the home, cutting in the northeast to be able to get the grade down so that we can access by the driveway. The main thrust of this whole application is the improvement and protection of the wetland. By adding, as I said, the 40 feet of augmented soils and combining the function of the small wetland with the large wetland, and then cleaning out the bad stuff, if you will, we're able to provide a good plan from an environmental standpoint.
I guess to Elliot's question is, you're calling out 3 trees being removed from inside the wetland. Is that correct?
From inside the large wetland?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll ask Bill to comment on that and reason for it.
Good evening, Bill Kenny, wetland scientist, landscape architect. But I'd like to give a quick overview of the wetlands, if I may, as part of the report here. I think a critical thing to understand here is that how these wetlands were formed over many years. We went back and looked at the aerial photos from the 1929, that's in the Wetland Agency office, and you could see that the features in this area, this piece of seawall that juts out was there at that time, and that there was disturbance in the area of the house site. And I think what Tony mentioned about how this property may have been used as a quarry, and that's how you ended up with this very sharp and steep drop of rock that the house sits on. Seems very likely, and that perhaps some stone was moved from this site, from that seawall area. And so, because what we found was a tremendous amount of disturbance in around where these wetlands are, and that a lot of soil compaction and mixing of the soil. And then when you add in more recently, when that house was originally constructed and they put in the driveway, that the driveway used to come up and go right between these 2 wetland pockets. And so they raised the grade here to create that driveway. And I think over time, it is a dam, a low dam, and it created that smaller upland or upstream pocket of wetland. So you have these conditions where you have compacted soils and disturbed soils, and what has happened over time, you have that smaller wetland pocket that today is primarily Phragmites. It's almost 90 to 95% Phragmites australis, invasive plant. Within the lower wetland, we also have some invasives as well as some natives. The 2 of the 3 trees are very mature and old and declining pussy willow trees. So they're at their point where they're ready to die. They're in decline and dying now. So the proposal is to replace those. And the other is a white weeping willow, which is not a native, and that's the other tree that's proposed to be removed. We reviewed this with Pat Sesto in the concept of creating this wetland meadow and planting trees along the perimeter, and planting the meadow and shrub plantings and tree plantings along the perimeter, and then a meadow in the center. By combining the 2 wetland areas and then putting a buffer around it, we're putting this protective wall around this wetland area that had been bisected by this driveway and lawn. So consolidate these 2 areas you want to protect, put this wall of buffer plantings around it, and then plant it, remove all the invasives, and plant it heavily with native plants to end up with a larger wetland area, all of the wetland being enhanced, and then adding the buffer of native plants.
How would the loss of shading from those 3 trees in the wetlands affect the wetland in the short term until the perimeter trees have gotten to a point to replace that function?
They won't replace the function.
Right.
Here.
I mean,
So
right now you've got 3 trees in the wetland that are shading it. And that will be eliminated based upon your plan. And so I guess my question is, would that not be considered a detrimental change to the wetland or the health thereof?
It's a change that's going to happen on its own based on the condition of those trees. And it's similar to the question we had earlier about if you want a pond, then you take management activities to maintain a pond. And so now you have an emergent wetland, you have a shrubland and a marsh at that location. These pussy willow were primarily shrubs, most of them, like they're large shrubs at this point. So The meadow habitat is very valuable habitat. I think it's equally valuable as the pussy willow trees that are there now. So you're replacing, you're changing different habitat types, but you're removing the invasives. So I think it remains a net benefit. If your objective was to maintain mature pussy willow habitat, then it would be a detriment, but I think it's a good thing to introduce this meadow habitat, particularly with interest in pollinator habitat, things like that. So I think the habitat types are of equal benefit. However, under existing conditions, those shrubs, mature trees are declining, and there's a tremendous amount of invasives in there. So we're proposing to remove those declining trees and replace it with native plants. So I think that it will change the habitat value slightly there, but then it'll be a different type of habitat that will be equal value.
Mr. Kenny, the plants that are proposed, are they salt tolerant? I mean, it's getting pretty close to the sound here, and with flooding and sea level change. Is there the potential? I mean, you tell me, first of all, are they saltwater tolerant plants that you're proposing?
So we're very close at this room. And I looked at it closely. The tide does come above the seawall in this area during a full moon or a new moon. So there are some, it's a little bit lower here, and we do have some high tide bush. So you have some plants that are of the upper level of a tidal wetland system. But it is entirely freshwater here. You could get salt spray from time to time.
Likely, right? Salt spray?
Yes.
Yeah.
So these plants are tolerant of those conditions.
Sorry, could you just tell me the elevation change between where those plants are versus the mean high water mark?
The mean high water mark will be along the seawall. And the elevation here is at about the 1-year tide elevation, so it's about a foot and a half above the mean high water mark.
So in a typical nor'easter, that area would be inundated with salt water, I'm assuming. I mean, I live in that area as well, and I've seen it several feet over.
And so you'll find people growing lawn right down to an edge. As a matter of fact, there's lawn to the edge of the seawall in here as it is today. And you get stratification with the salt water, you get a freshwater lens on the surface because it's less dense than the salt water. So often you have these tidal events, particularly with a storm and a lot of rain, you get pollution. And so that's why you find lawn in these areas that can survive many of these storm events. Occasionally, every 30 years or something like that, you get a big event and you lose more plants from salt water. But these plants, if we were planting tidal wetland plants, they would have survived based on the conditions. So the majority of the conditions that you have, that's what we're planting for. What's there 95% of the time or more? Because we couldn't grow spartina or alternate flora or something.
No, just things that are tolerant, though, of the spray that's going to get on them. I didn't see any seaside goldenrod. I think that would be a good addition if you're talking about pollinator plants close to the coast with your butterfly weed.
Yep.
Yeah.
To get back to Mr. Benton's question or point, except leaving the wetland enhancement aside, does your client have any plans to plant trees elsewhere on the property once all of the construction, regrading, and everything is done?
So we have identified the remainder of the site to be ornamental plantings of some type, and he's certainly going to plant a number of trees and shrubs, and it just hasn't been decided at this point. So what we often do is define that hard line of where 100% native plants in the wetland, in the buffer, and then the option to use both either native plants or non-native plants, certainly not invasive plants, in the remainder of the property, but that the applicant does want to heavily vegetate the property for screening and aesthetics and habitat value.
And what about trees on the northwest corner of the wetlands? A lot of planting is on the south, southwest, and if you were to kind of continue in a upper right line from where you were just pointing, yeah, going up and to the right, following that perimeter. I didn't see any trees there. Was that a conscious decision?
That is an area where Bob recommended saving the sweet gum.
Mm.
So we will be preserving the sweet gum there, and there's this other existing large tree right here. So then the sweet gum will be here. So there's an existing large tree right here, and the sweet gum is in that area right there, which we agree to preserve. And then we are planting
Yep.
evergreen.
We could do like a little laser war here. How about this? I was talking about like up over here. I mean, we're taking 1, 2, 3 trees in the middle, and to Chairman Harris's point, reducing canopy cover. But I didn't. Oh, I think he won the laser war. But there's There's no tree planting in the northwest. That perimeter going up that direction further.
In the light green areas, it's just that it hasn't been
This way, up in this kind of section in here.
clear.
Yeah, on the perimeter.
Right. So the objective is to maintain that as a meadow and shrub habitat. And,
So the canopy wouldn't be beneficial to.
Block the view.
canopy, there's plenty of meadow habitats where that is beneficial. Canopy could be beneficial there. I think that they're both
Hmm.
helpful at this particular.
I agree with you. A native buffer's great near the water. I'm just curious why the trees weren't
That
thought
is-
out there.
This is certainly the orientation of the house, the water's here. They like to plant shrubs along and trees along the edges to keep this. I think it's a win-win. It allows them to have the views and the habitat.
Norman, did you have a question? I saw you gesturing before. No? Okay. Okay, additional questions?
Oh, I guess I had one more. You'd mentioned a proposed grass patio rain garden system, and I was just curious, is that turf grass? Is there some consideration as to what variety of grass is going to be planted there?
Our drainage manual allows us to surface the rain garden with lawn.
Lawn.
And what we do is, we have a very shallow swale, if you will, between the retaining wall around the pool. We call it a grass patio. And like I said, it's about 5 feet deep, so that we have the ability to filter down, which provides us with detention and treatment.
Mhm.
Primarily, we're slowing down the water, cleaning it, and then releasing it through the bottom, out the level spreader, through the amended soils before it reaches the wetland. So we're going to be very clean and cool.
Mm.
It's refreshing to see a plan like this without a single Coltec on it.
Yeah.
It's an objective, not always attainable. But
So the grass is turf grass, 100%. It's just going to be your
yes,
standard.
It's actually fairly narrow.
Okay, yeah, it was just.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never heard the
But
grass
idea is
patio.
that
So.
it can be maintained. It does accomplish the objective. There's very little fertilizer being added to it.
Mm.
I did want to make a note that there are times, evidently, by the elevations, that full moon, et cetera, we all know that that area will flood. It will have seawater and high tide. And it happens periodically. It's not at all affected by the runoff from the site, because remembering we're starting at an elevation 15, and then we're going down to 11, and ultimately down by the edge of the buffer planting, we're down about elevation 8. So the tidal influence will not extend all the way across the property unless we have Sandy.
Let's hope that doesn't happen
Yeah,
again
but,
soon.
I mean, that's an infrequent occurrence. But when you're
Yeah.
dealing with the elevation of the flood from the tide, we're not affecting that elevation by the rainstorm.
Mr. Dandria,
Sorry, one more question.
One more question. I just wanted to make sure you have approval from the association for the work you're going to be doing on their property?
In fact, we do have a letter to that effect. I think Mr. Hegney can answer that more to the point, but we do have a copy of a letter from our client referencing this conversation had with the association.
Well, do you have approval or do you not?
I don't know if there is one that's necessary, but I'll see if I can hand it off to Mr. Hegney, or I will give you the copy of the letter.
The
Yes, sir.
application packet included a letter signed by the president of the association referencing the planting and vegetation work that the contract purchaser, I guess, has approached the association stating they want to do, which is presumably this plan.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Further agency questions at this point for the,
I have a question for Mr. DeAndrea.
okay. Mr. DeAndrea, Norma has a question for you.
I was looking for the letter, but Bob pointed out, you have the letter.
I have the letter.
Okay.
The area where the Phragmites is growing seems to be very, very deep. I just recall seeing that when I was there. Do you know what the elevator, or how far down it goes, and what will be required to fill in that area?
The elevations we have in the vicinity of the larger wetland are around elevation 6.4, 7.1, 6.0 on the far south side. So I guess we can say approximately 6 to 6.7 in that
Well,
area.
seeing that, I mean, it just seemed surprisingly deep to me when I passed it. The area where the Phragmites was
My
growing.
elevations are around the fringe.
Yeah.
We did not go to the bottom. I don't have an elevation for you in the bottom, but it wasn't my impression that we're not filling the whole area.
You're not filling the Phragmites area?
We're going to remove it, but we're not
And then what
filling
will you do?
a little bit for planting.
The smaller wetlands.
No, not, you're talking about the large wetland.
No, the small one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
Phragmites wetland.
They get filled to grade.
Okay, that's a different story. In the area of the small pocket, those elevations are around 7.8. And we're going to propose, we have proposed to add the augmented soil
To get a
to
better-
elevation 9 and 10.
Is that ours?
Proposed grading at the southern end of the augmented soil would be about elevation 10. And the ground right now, we show at elevation 7.8 in that middle. So about 2 feet to be with it sloping down. This area in here is 40 feet from the edge of the pool wall down to the edge of the upper planting. It slopes to elevation 11 along the level spreader down to elevation 8 along the edge of the buffer. That's an elevation of about 8, so we're filling about 2 feet on average, so that we can add the soil to allow the water to seep through the permeable soil before it gets to the level. That's
Okay.
the design concept that we've discussed. It adds everything we need for water quality in accordance with the drainage agreement,
Okay,
and then some.
great. Thank you. You good, Norma? And anyone else have a question at this point? I know.
Yeah.
Public questions or comments, please come up and state your name. And
Yeah, my name is Christine Grant.
great, thank you. If you could speak to the wetland impacts that you see.
Pardon?
If you could limit your comments to wetland impacts.
Yes, I'm representing the block, the
Okay.
association block.
Mhm.
And my question is, when you're putting in a buffer and you're combining wetlands, how will that affect the property of the association?
Okay,
Because we have had quite a bit of flooding, and that whole area, the whole beach area, the whole association floods.
from a tidal event or a storm, a nor'easter event.
This year it's been about 5 or 6 times already.
Mhm.
And it does go into the wetlands.
Right.
How will combining the wetlands, parcels, how will that, will that increase water on our association?
Okay, thank you. I'll let the applicants respond to that. The question was, how does combining those wetlands and the work on-site as well as, I'm paraphrasing your question, on-site as well as in the association land, does that have any adverse impact given tidal storm events or flooding? In your opinion, Mr. Kenny?
But I assume the question is primarily changes in water flow? Or the
You're adding
saturation?
you're putting two wetlands together, and right next to it is the pathway to get into the association beach. So it's pretty wet now, and I have pictures.
Okay.
Yes. So the objective
Could you point out the pathway to the association beach? If it's on, if it
is
is,
they come down Cedar Cliff Road and walk right down through here to get down to this area. Kayaks here and an area to sit in the lawn area here.
so is the yellow strip in between the two?
Yeah, we don't see all.
Okay.
Right, there's more association land here, but so the members come down and use the road. This path is just for this property.
Mhm.
So these wetlands are being fed by groundwater seepage coming out of the hillside. And the water's moving from the north to the south in this direction. And you come down a steep slope, and then when the slope levels out, it breaks out and it creates this wetland area, particularly when you have a compacted soil, it can't get down through, sits on the surface and creates these wetlands. So with Tony's design, he hasn't changed the amount of water coming through. He's filtered it through soil and so forth, and we're maintaining that drainage pattern. Putting it through the ground, he could speak more to the quantity of that. And then just, rather than having it discharge from the ground here, it discharges from the ground at the base of this slope
Okay.
right here and makes its way into this wetland. So we're
Okay.
maintaining-
I think the question was more about storm event, was tidal storm events.
Combining two wetlands and now a buffer. So is that, where's all that water going to go? Is that going to go into that little pathway that is our?
Well, if anything, it'll actually be more retained, would be my,
I think what's being overlooked initially,
Okay.
we're not losing any volume. In fact, by moving the small pocket to the large pocket, we've actually increased the area of the wetland. So that was important. We haven't lost any volume, so that on the normal storm, when it's not flooded by tidal water, we have more capacity in the wetland. So if you're concerned about the effect during a normal rainstorm, we have more volume available to us than we did before. So we're adding 770,
More water, yeah.
we're adding 770 square feet of storage area, if you will, around the wetland, when we're losing about 615. So we're increasing it, maintaining the function, and providing a better habitat and without any loss of function. So we're gaining everything
Okay.
without losing any volume.
okay. Okay, thank you. Any other public questions on this application? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay. Is there a sense of the agency that we can go ahead and make a determination on this application at this point? We'll take head nods or head shakes? Okay? Okay, very good. Given that, would someone like to make a motion on the application at hand?
Well, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve with the special conditions listed in the January 28th staff report.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All righty. Discussion? Okay, all in favor of the application, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This amendment that you had put in originally, is it already part of this special condition?
Okay. Okay, moving on to the next, 2018-168, 257 Stanwich Road, Rocco B. DeAndrea, Inc., for Stanwich School, Inc., for construction of school buildings, driveway, parking, drainage, 70 feet from wetlands. Bob, please.
Right. I'd like to confirm my understanding that Ms. Curlin, Mr. Schoendorf, and Mr. Rogers visited the site.
Yes.
Okay. So in the file, we have the completed application signed by Tony DeAndrea, Rocco V. DeAndrea, the applicant's agent, dated December 13th, 2018. Also in the application packet was a letter of consent from the property owner, the Stanwich School Incorporated, and the applicant, Greenwich Country Day School Incorporated, authorizing the DeAndrea Company and the law firm of Fogarty, Cohen, Russo, and Nemiroff LLC to act as their agents in presenting the application. The project narrative is dated December 14th, signed by Derek Danaeus, PE of Rocco V. DeAndrea Incorporated. The plan set prepared by the DeAndrea Company is dated December 17th and is certified by Mr. Danaeus. The drainage summary report, also dated September 17th and certified by Mr. Danaeus. An ecological assessment report was prepared by William Kenny Associates and is certified by Bill Kenny, professional wetland scientist, dated August 22nd, 2007. Site photographs were taken by wetland staff on January 2nd, 2019. The public hearing notice was dated January 3rd. The abutters notification was mailed on January 8th. A wetland watercourse assessment report prepared by William Kenny Associates, certified by Mr. Kenny, professional wetland scientist, and Tim Vait, staff ecologist, is dated January 18th, 2018, but based on what other reports cited, and I think that was a turn of year typo, and it should have been 2019. DPW site development review comments by Mr. Scott Marucci, DPW engineering senior civil servant engineer as well, dated January 22nd, and the staff report with attachments prepared by me on January 23rd. All right, back in 2007, the agency issued a permit for developing a number of academic facilities on this 32-acre property. I attached an overall site plan of the original approval plan to your staff report, so you can see sort of the footprint of the structures that were approved, the drainage facilities, the athletic fields, the wastewater treatment plant, et cetera. Now, the plans have changed. The enlarged academic buildings are still proposed along this north-south ridge between Stanwich Road and the central wetland here. So the existing academic building is here. Expansion's going to be this way, and a little bit that way. This is the original plan. Let's see. But the drainage design has had to change as well because of both the change in layout and the change in the drainage manual in 2012. So we have a drainage system that includes detention basins, rain gardens, porous pavement with stone reservoirs underneath, And the drainage summary report indicates that the system will reduce peak flows to all points of concern through the 100-year storm. The engineering division has done their preliminary review of this and has met with, since I did the staff report last week, they've met with the DeAndrea's engineers to discuss some comments they had on it, so Mr. Danaus can bring us up to date on those conversations. That's notable here that most of the vast majority of the work proposed is outside of upland review areas. And the work that's proposed within upland review areas is actually located further away from the wetlands than what had been previously approved. As I believe I state up in the project and regulated activities description, the second paragraph, except for some drainage outfalls, all of the proposed structures are shown 75 feet or more from wetlands. Some grading goes up to 40 feet from the wetlands, but previously there were structures shown 35 feet from the wetlands. And so this is pulling things back. However, the work that will be done is pretty intensive. This building here, which is the theater, performing arts, classroom, laboratories.
This is the old plan.
Okay. Well, can you put the new plan up there, please? All right, there we go. So that building. And this parking is all going on an area that's more or less been leveled. I think there'll be some excavation here, but even for the area where it's been leveled, there'll be a significant amount of excavation on a hill above that central wetland. So, very stringent erosion control measures need to be employed to the east of that ridge line. I would recommend chain link fence backing up erosion controls, that sort of thing. And very active monitoring of the efficacy of the controls as the project proceeds. I think the general construction phasing narrative, which you all had a reduced version of in your plan set, I made an enlargement, attached it to your staff report. This is a fairly thorough document. I think it does give a pretty good roadmap to the contractor and the monitoring, both the contractors monitor and staff who will be monitoring this, what they should be looking at and expecting to see the contractor employ on site as they do the project. The emphasis on correctly placing adjusting the measures based on actual conditions encountered, which I have to say Mr. DeAndrea's firm has been on top of with the ongoing work on site. Very important. Rapidly stabilizing disturbed areas is very important, which is, we have to chase permittees often to get that done because they leave stuff open too long. And actively monitoring these erosion controls. These are all recounted in this general construction phasing narrative, and it's all very well taken. So getting to the wetland watercourse assessment, the revised plan, it states that the revised plans will leave a wider undisturbed buffer around the north and west sides of the central wetland compared to the 2007 approval. Okay. It goes on to describe wetland enhancement plantings that were approved in 2007 and which will be done under the ongoing 2007 permit where they're building this central playing field and the wastewater treatment plant and the access way. The enhancement of this is part of that approval and will be monitored under that approval. let's see, the enhancement plan includes 233 new native trees, 134 shrubs, and about 2,000 fern plugs. And the 2007 permit includes a 3-year hold on the bond while we monitor the survival and of all those plantings. Previously approved pedestrian boardwalk that would have crossed the central wetland, connecting the academic buildings and this athletic field has been eliminated from the revised plan. There was also a little access driveway back there that would have eliminated created a small loss of wetland. That's no longer going to be built. Question came up back in the prior review whether, I believe it was the eastern end of the central wetland, served as a viable breeding site for vernal pool obligate species, and Mr. Kenny, after examining it during the breeding season, felt that it did not function as in that way. So that just is a reminder to the agency that this site has been looked at in the past in fairly strong detail. So I leave it up to Mr. Danaus at this point to explain to the agency where the drainage discussion is, and I have provided conditions of approval if at the conclusion of tonight's session the agency wishes to close the hearing and issue a permit. These conditions of approval also contain that condition that I passed out about pre-approval of the drainage system by DPW before site work begins.
Thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Good evening. Derek Donay, from professional engineer from Rocco V. DeAndrea Incorporated. So I'll give a brief history also. I'll try not to repeat too much of what Bob had said. But as you all know, so in 2007, the wetlands approval for the campus-wide improvements at that time included 2 properties, and it also was with the Greenwich Reformed Synagogue when they owned half of the property. So up here, there was a property line somewhere around in the middle here. Greenwich Reformed Synagogue was here. Stanwich School owned this one. The purpose for that was to obviously come up with a master plan for the whole campus. That went through wetlands, got approved, and then in 2008 got approved with P&Z with some minor modifications to the wetlands approval. Those modifications, this plan down here at the bottom is what the 2007 wetlands permit was based on. A couple of the changes were, at one point, there was a septic leaching field proposed way back in this corner here. That had been eliminated. The leaching field now goes under here and is eventually discharged back all the way around to the front athletic field. The other one, let's see, and the other change was, as you see, this conservation easement. Sorry. Yes, that was one. The conservation easement, which used to be just a small corner up in the south, southeast corner of the property, then got expanded to include all of this up here, including this wetlands, that wetlands pocket. So it now follows this line and is much larger. That was all as part of the 2008 P&Z approval. Then in 2011, they started construction, but they didn't have all the funds to do the entire campus, but they wanted to get moving, so they built the front field, this area right here. In order to do that, that's when they took out the rock knoll here, where the future building was going to go, and they blasted down to the depths of what the future building rock or future building's foundations were going to be. They then built the front field, and for a long time there was just a large rock pile there. A few years later, after looking at a rock pile for a while, they decided to clean up the site. They took that rock pile, they leveled it out over the area of where the future building and parking lot improvements up in this area were going to be. Cleaned up the site. Then in 2017, the school decided to continue on with some improvements, and this little addition right here was proposed. That's called the Commons Addition. That went through P&Z, Wetlands again for that. Then 2018, Greenwich Country Day School gets involved, makes a deal with Stanwich School for this to become the future high school for Greenwich Country Day School, which is to start in the fall of this year, 2019. So they want to get work going right away on what the future campus is going to be for this high school. A lot of the improvements that are proposed from the previous approvals, they wanted to take advantage of. Some of those improvements include the construction of the road that goes all the way to the back. They needed the wastewater treatment facility, which is here, this parking lot, the rear field. The existing septic system is in this area. That gets abandoned once this wastewater treatment facility goes online. A new water line went up Stanwich Road to service the campus. Let's see. This parking lot will be part of it. So that was what they're in the process of building right now. Now they're getting involved with, okay, what's the high school master plan going to be? So this is when we come with the new one. Bob, are you able to put the new plan up? Oh, that's it? Okay, sorry, I didn't know which ones you had. Okay. Is there a way to show the audience, or I guess not? What should we do?
We can invite people who want to look at what you're pointing to come around if they wish. Go move it back a little bit so that it's not, yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so now part of the new phase for the high school. And this is where we're going to get a new addition. This is the limit of the existing building. They're putting new labs and classrooms coming off this area. This is a future theater addition. On the other end, there's currently a classroom wing that sticks off right on here. That has been removed. That was proposed to be removed under the original approvals as well. Now you have a classroom addition down here, and then three smaller arts buildings here. They call this the Eco Court. With that, they're going to change up the northern parking lot to be more of a drop-off area.
I'm sorry, you don't really need to focus on the programming of this site.
Sure, no problem. I just want to give a history.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
skip on. Okay, the main point, and Bob mentioned this, is everything now is further from the wetlands than what was previously approved, and all of the drainage now meets the current town drainage manual. So there's lots of lid measures going on. The original plan was approved prior to the 2012 drainage manual. There was pre-treatment involved with catch basins with deep sumps. There were detention basins. There were hydrodynamic oil grit separators, but not as many of the lid programs that are currently involved with the drainage manual. So right under this parking lot right here, we have permeous pavers over a crushed stone reservoir, which will collect the runoff from the parking lot driveway and this theater addition. This addition here goes into a rain garden area. The parking lot in here goes through these permeable pavers. The northern parking lot all goes through pervious pavers as well. The Eco Court, these buildings all go through rain gardens. The addition in the rear here, along with the service driveway that accesses it, goes through a rain garden. Everything then connects into the previously approved drainage systems. Ultimate discharge points coming down the driveway through a hydrodynamic separator into this wetlands area, and in the front here, into two things. One, either into a detention basin that was built when they did the front field. There's now being proposed to be expanded. And then also in the front here, there's an upper and a lower detention basin. These were both approved during the previous approvals. They will also be used for, to control peak flows.
I have a question for you while you're talking about discharge. It looks like there's a discharge pipe that runs from the new theater wing straight into the wetland with a level spreader right at the edge there. Can you talk about that?
Can you talk about this red line here?
Yep.
Nope, that's actually just showing 100-foot setback line.
Okay.
That's not a pipe.
Very
so
good.
Right here, this red line here is the 100-foot setback. I just wanted to emphasize when I show the other plan, that's the limit of what our improvements are now. Versus this is what they were previously approved. So the old addition was in a different location, much closer to the wetlands. The limits of grading, there was tiered retaining walls on this end, which were only about 20 feet from the limit of the wetlands. I believe the building was about 35 feet. And the same here, because 35 feet to the back of the terrace area behind this building. Now we have a similar concept. Instead of a tiered wall, though, it'll be a tiered boulder slope, but now it's 70 feet from the wetlands as opposed to the 20 feet, so a much larger buffer area. And on this side, we have the buildings, and the back of this walk here are about 70, 75 feet away from the wetlands, too, much further away than what was previously approved.
Great, okay.
So that's one of the main benefits of this project over the other. Besides, Bob also mentioned, there used to be the boardwalk going through the wetlands and a bridge over here. Those are now all eliminated, basically making a nice buffer area along this boulder slope, along these walls here. And this is a steep slope in the back here, so there's not going to be any more development in this area.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to stop you there just so that people can ask you some questions unless there's something crucial that you need to add to the design. Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant on this from here? Okay. Is there public questions or comments on this plan? I see anyone here?
Could I, before we move to that?
Yes.
Can you explain what it is that Mr. Marucci was kind of waiting for or looking for from you to do with this plan?
So I met with DPW staff last week, and in general, they were fine with the overall drainage concept. They had a couple of comments as we were reviewing it. They wanted me to go over in a little finer detail and to include as far as the final drainage design, which I agreed to. One of them was part of this driveway was basically going right through. It was being treated with catch basins, but it wasn't being filtered in the crushed stone reservoir underneath here. That is now going to be that is now going to go through the crushed stone reservoir before it leaves out to the wetlands. Another one was for the peak rate of runoff that goes off to the rear here. That was one where existing, and I use this thing as in 2012 versus right now. Peak rate of runoff is reduction, but due to the impervious area and not compared to what's currently being built out there, or excuse me, currently proposed, but as compared to what conditions are in 2012, the overall impervious between what's being constructed and what's being proposed for this phase is more than an acre of impervious surfaces. So therefore, there's a stream channel protection standard where we have to reduce the peak flow, not just by any number, but we have to make it so that our 2-year storm event is equivalent to the existing conditions 1-year storm event.
And are you going to be able to take care of that based
Yes.
on your existing configuration of drainage, more or less?
Yes, yes, I'm going to do that. A couple things. One will be this area here, besides just being crushed stone infiltration and then going out, will now also being used as a detention basin, basically. There's a lot of crushed stone underneath this parking lot that we can meter the outflow to do that. Right in this area here, there's a existing upper detention basin where the existing septic system is. We just have to provide him test bit data that that infiltration can occur in this area. There's an existing septic system there. We have that data. We can provide it to him. And that is basically all we talked about.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Do we have any, just one second, a question. Do we have any planting plans or anything that we're looking at tonight? Or is it?
Nothing for tonight. Excuse me, sorry, getting over a cold. All of the work is staying up on top of the ridge here. There is a planting plan for P&Z that's campus-wide. That's all ornamental plantings. The planting plans that would be important are all the stuff that's being constructed under the current phase, which is the expansion of the wetlands in this area, all the buffer plantings over in this area, and up along this area.
Okay, so
Those are all under the currently approved plan, current design, and those will be constructed as part of what they're currently doing.
Got it, okay, thank you. Agency questions on this? No, public questions or comments? Please come up. You state your name for the record and.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Mary Lou Lang. I live on 25 White Birch Lane. Can I go up? Might as well. Okay. I'm good. No, I don't. Yeah. Oops. Okay. I live up about here. I just have a couple questions and maybe a follow-up question. When this was originally a leaching field here and you chose not to put the drainage to go there, what was the potential problem if it were to go there?
Okay, I will give that to the engineers to
Sure.
respond to.
Are you talking about drainage or septic? That's the thing. The leaching field was for septic system, and at one point it was being pumped there, and I wasn't the septic designer, but I can try to answer this. And Tony, you may know, actually. I want to say it was at one point designed there, and I don't know if it was DEP regulations that removed that or if they needed more area, and so that wasn't enough area, and it ended up they needed to, at one point it was going to be just here, and then more DEP regulations said, all right, we can't just discharge into a stream after it's been treated. Technically it was supposed to be drinkable, but nobody wanted to try it. So instead it gets pumped all the way back to the front where there's some good soils underneath the field. When they built the field, they built this trench in anticipating this wastewater treatment facility to be built. So that's where it ultimately infiltrates like a septic system. Yep, so now what's nice, for you at least, you have a nice undisturbed area joining your property.
I'm concerned about myself, but also the other residents too. Because that was originally approved to have the leaching fields there with the treatment septic system going there.
Okay.
I guess the concern that I would have is how do they know that this is, I'm not saying to go up there again, but in any case, I'm not sure how they're saying that this is any better. Maybe it is better, but how can we prove that there may not be problems with questionable, as you say, drinking water, that this would be any better, because I'd be concerned about the people on the Stanish Road as well. That's one.
Yeah, I would just say that
this is
being
also
done under the 2007 permit, and it's kind of done, and it was done according to state instructions, and that's out of our hands. When it becomes a wastewater treatment plant, DEEP has jurisdiction over it, and what they say is what happens.
Well, I guess his comment was that it wasn't sufficient up there. So, but I hear what you're saying, but I still question the lower location of that as well for the Spanish Road people. Can I ask in terms of the monitoring of the septic system?
Well, that's really not a wetlands question. That would be a health department question.
Well, I've had that. You've also mentioned the water line going up here to the entrance on Stanich Road. I know it's going to be going up to, on Cat Rock a little bit. I believe, I know from another meeting, there was also a question, can it be brought around to White Birch Lane?
That would be a question for P&Z. You know, this is really to look at wetlands impact. So if you see something that is going to impact the quality of the wetlands, then that's something we can respond to. Otherwise, you may want to hold that question for planning and zoning.
I had a quick thing, too. So 2007, I get that wastewater permit, that's not our purview. But to your point, I would think that DEEP, the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, will have a public comment period if they're issuing a NPDES permit, National Pollution Discharge Permit. So that would be an opportunity to speak up on the wastewater treatment facility going in.
Good point. Additional questions regarding wetlands impacts, please?
Hi, Pat Lambert, 33 White Birch Lane.
Welcome.
Thank you for not putting that sewage. But I do have a question. It's not quite a question, more or less a statement. When I bought my home in 2012, the wetlands were designated at the very far end of the property, over on Dublin Hill roadside there. As of yesterday, I have pretty much a river and a pond in my backyard. Not that I don't like them or enjoy the water features, but they have progressively increased over the years. I don't know whether any of this, I mean, the blast is taking place and all of those things are happening. I don't know if there will subsequently be an additional encroachment of the wetland onto my property, or, and I worry a little bit when I hear you talk about approvals made in 2007, and I guess I'm just curious as to what recourse would we have if this does prove to be detrimental or an extension of the continued extension of the wetland.
Okay. I think Tony can probably respond to that.
Sorry, I was just looking at the elevations. Can you tell me if you're looking at one of the properties up there, because I believe there's another ridge line, sorry, 245, 245. There's basically, anyways, there's another ridge line right up in here. So these wetland pockets all drain out through here, through the man-made pond, and out this direction. So these aren't going this way. I'm not sure which one is your house, but any disturbance in this area is going out that way and not over this way.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe I would have a question about that in regard to what Pat is saying, because again, where my house is right here, and then, yep. There are wetlands around my property. I have wetlands here, which is considered essentially a pond.
Mhm.
I also have wetlands that come here, this area, and this area, this property. So I don't know where those wet water, wetlands is coming from, but I would assume that somehow it's got to go through, I don't know, on the land here, but I know that it's here, right here, and it's coming out here. There's wetlands designated in the front. It comes from here.
Chairman, I think what,
Mhm.
I think what the issue is that we're pointing out, Derek pointed out that there's a ridge line, has nothing, that we are lower where the activities are being proposed, and the
Right.
White Birch has a ridge line, they have their own drainage area going toward their own homes.
So what
And
you're
Derek summarized, I think what the agency wants to know is that in comparison to the prior permit, we're increasing all the setbacks from the regulated areas to the benefit of the wetland. And then we have the planting plan that was previously approved, and those are all being implemented under the current construction that's ongoing. And they have no adverse impact whatsoever on the neighbors to White Birch.
Thank you. Any additional public questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Would someone like to make a motion regarding the public hearing of this?
I'll move to close the hearing.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Rindorf seconds. All in favor? Aye, okay. Is the consensus that you can make a decision on this application this evening?
Yep.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion on tonight's application?
Yeah, I can make a motion. I mean, to me, I think this phasing narrative is the most important part of this project in terms of protecting the wetlands. But I think the special conditions that have been spelled out are pretty strong in terms of monitoring that. So with that, I would be happy to make an approval to approve this with the special conditions that are listed. And Bob, you have the right language for the PW.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I think it's good.
Very good. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay. It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to pending applications. First is 2018-139, 94 Pexlin Road, SE Minor and Company for 94 Pexlin Road LLC for a two-lot subdivision and installation of a septic system 70 feet from wetlands. Mr. Clausy, please.
All right, this application has been looked at a couple times, and it has changed over time. Originally, the applicant was presenting it as though they were going to both subdivide property and develop the new lot here in the southeast. At present, the proposal is merely to do the subdivision, show the conceptual house, and show that both the drainage and the septic and the configuration of where the house and limit of landscaping is, et cetera, open space parcel, all those other features is acceptable to the agency conceptually. They don't plan to build this now. They do plan to install a new septic system on the existing home lot, and they intend to remove a driveway here. Those are the only two activities within the upland review area of this wetland and an off-site wetland here to the northeast. Let's see. The plans now show the proposed limit of landscaping on this lot, which seems to be reasonable to me. There's a funny demarcation line shown 25 feet off this wetland that I noted should be taken off any final development plan for the parcel. I'm not sure what that was for. The Drainage system has been revised according to comments made by DPW, this conceptual system. And DPW is still in the process, oh, hang on. They still need to do some revisions on that to get it past the conceptual approval stage with DPW. So I would recommend the agency add that special drainage condition to the conceptual approval, not the permit, because, you know, before any house is built on the new lot, we need to know that the drainage works. And, you know, the applicant is aware that, you know, if it push comes to shove and they can't make the drainage work on this other lot, and they may have to come back to us if the new plan they come in with that does work shows activities closer to wetlands or presents other potential wetland impacts. So I recommend that the agency issue a conceptual approval for the subdivision and a permit for the new septic and driveway removal here on the western lot.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the agency. Larry Levin from SC Minor. We have revised the plan drastically from what was before you the first time. The drainage issues that they state on that project for the Lot B, which is going to come back to you for another permit, if it should it be constructed, is all things of a couple of minor details of where the points are and a couple of, it seems that on this design, there's a little bit more than 1,000 square feet going to each cul-de-sac, but in my conversations with DPW and our staff, it is that any changes that will occur on this, on the undeveloped lot will not move anything closer to the wetland. It will be, if anything has to get broken up, it can be side by side, and that's not going to be an issue. We have no objections to anything else that was stated by Mr. Clausen.
Okay, thank you. Agency questions for Mr. Liebman on this conceptual
Yes,
approval?
I have a question. Sorry. Last time we reviewed this, the proposed septic tank required the removal of a number of trees. Has this new location now allow you to keep the trees that are on the property now?
Yes.
Thank you.
You said we did that the last time, but yes, that was noted from your last previous comment.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions from the agency on this? Are there public questions or comments on this application, conceptual approval? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion on this?
Motion to approve the conceptual subdivision and a permit for regulated activities to be conducted on the western lot.
With the addition of floods.
Yes. Wow. Bob, what was the additional things you have?
Our DPW condition, which should be applied to the conceptual approval.
So the language that was.
Yes, that I passed out to.
That with the DPW language that was discussed earlier.
Okay.
Second.
Stefan got in there first. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 2018-143 Taconic and South Stanwich Roads, Tata and Howard, Inc., for Aquarian Water Company of Connecticut for as-of-right determination to replace a water transfer pipeline with clearing and grading within wetlands. Mr. Clausy, pinch hitting for Pat Sesto.
Okay. As you recalled, Aquarian is seeking a declaratory ruling under Section 4 of the regulations. In concept, this is, seems apparent. However, per the agency's regulations of encouraging applicants to do these as-of-right activities using best management practices, and especially given the pipeline and maintenance service road are going to be going through wetland areas to get to the discharge point. A number of issues were raised, and reading through Director Sesto's January 22nd report, I think outstanding issues that remain include some more responsive details from the contractor as to why they need a 30-foot wide cleared path to put the access way pipeline and maintain this as an open area is needed, has been requested and hasn't been provided. The tree removal plan, criteria for what trees to save, rather than going on a pure diameter basis, should be based on a variety of factors that a licensed arborist would be an appropriate professional to get involved with determining. Also, the plans say that, let's see, I guess it's the IWWA planting plan, which was part of the applicant's submission, that soil disturbance or injurious activity within the critical root zone of trees are prohibited. Some sort of a professional, either an arborist, landscape architect, or similar professional, should be involved in determining where those critical zones are. Don't leave it up to the contractor. There's one spot where the footprint of disturbance due to the grading was more extensive because of the slope, and the applicant was asked to consider whether retaining wall or walls could be used here to tighten it up. They haven't been completely responsive to that, apparently. Director Sesto notes the planting plan is much improved. I guess this is a revised plan from what was originally submitted. Let's see. Some of the comments in the report from Environmental Land Solutions as to how impacts and could be reduced have not been included into the construction sequencing or the map notes. Again, if you're going to rely on those comments getting to a contractor and being implemented during construction, it's often easier to have those on the plan. Some other comments about specific information, means and methods for construction haven't been satisfactorily addressed. Let's see. Oh, and importantly, the alternative of going through a private property to as an alternate route, which would have eliminated a lot of these other issues that are still being asked. Apparently this private property owner is not interested in granting Aquarian an easement, so that's off the table. Now, I don't know if the applicant's here tonight with any response to some of these issues. The director does say that the agency satisfied, or responses are given and the agency satisfied, declaratory ruling is appropriate in this case.
Okay.
For section 4.2 of the regulations.
Thank you, Bob. Is anyone from Aquarian here tonight to speak? I guess, Bob,
Yeah, I would.
we have until
the February meeting. That would be the last meeting. And I know from copies of correspondence I've gotten that the director's meeting with the contractor when she gets back. So
okay,
so
I would
be worked out by then.
I would move to delay.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next is 2018-159, 24 Lower Cross Road, SE Minor and Company, Inc. for Kimberly Handler for tree removal and landscape improvements 50 feet from wetlands. Bob, please.
Okay, agency looked at this last month and delayed making a decision. Concerns were raised about the number of trees and the proximity of some of those trees to the wetland, in particular, a wetland that looks like a vernal pool. We have a plan now, January 14th. Hang on. The plan is January 3rd, revised tree removal plan that now shows only 24 trees are to be removed from the upland review area. And the closest of these is 50 feet to a wetland. As you'll recall, the issue with a lot of the trees was they fell within the 75-foot undisturbed buffer that the agency set when the property was developed back in days gone by. And so a number of those trees that had previously been proposed for removal in this 75-foot zone have been untagged. They will not be removed. Some will be removed for good reasons after having been on the property and with the arborist and with Mr. Lehman. These trees are near what is a back lawn and they're hazardous, so they will come down sometime, and we don't want them to come down and injure somebody or something, damage something. Now, in our trip around the property with the arborist from Save a Tree, I said that they should come up with a plan for planting understory trees to replace what they removed from the 75-foot zone. No plan was provided, so in the absence of a plan, I'm recommending planting of 2 native 7 to 8 foot tall understory trees for each of the 8 existing trees marked for removal from this buffer. This is a suggestion. It's open for discussion. Now, unlike what was originally proposed, when I understand they wanted to come in and remove all the branches and logs that they weren't going to be chipping. They're chipping the tops and broadcast chipping it, which is fine. But, you know, the habitat value of coarse woody debris is also important, and talking to the arborist in the field, he agreed that they would do what they could to get some of that back down on the ground from the trees that they removed. The previously proposed extension of the boulder demarcation feature within the 75-foot zone, buffer zone, has been eliminated from the plan. They will be renovating a small part of existing lawn in the buffer, so that's they're not expanding. There is a landscape debris pile to the east of trees 27 through 30 that is in that wetland buffer area. That has to be removed. Let's see, some shrubs flagged for removal around the periphery of the yard should remain. And now the arborist asked for permission to prune some of the lower limbs off the large trees at the edge of the buffer to allow more sunlight to reach the backyard. And I don't think pruning some of the lower branches is going to be an environmental impact to the buffer or the wetlands, but I think the agency ought to state a limit on the record what kind of height pruning could be done to, and the fact that these pruning should be done only on trees right at the edge, not all the way into the woods. This isn't opening up a view shed, it's getting some more light on the lawn. So, having said those points, I have put a condition in about 2 native understory trees for each of the 8 trees to be removed. I didn't put a condition in giving pruning limits, so that's something we have to discuss. I recommend a permit be issued.
We have no objection to doing it. The pruning limits, I think that what we talked about out in the field was about 20, 25 feet, and leave the tops, so that this way then that works. If that suffices for the agency, we'll adhere to that. The planting plan I tried to get, there was also a landscape designer involved besides the arborist. I was hoping to have something to give to you for tonight, but obviously we'll be able to give that for staff review and approval prior to any onset and prior to and once the debris pile is removed.
How about the 2-to-1 ratio planting?
I don't have a problem with that at all. I think
Okay.
that's fine.
And those are all planted in the proximity of the tree that's been removed, obviously,
Correct.
not anywhere. Yep.
I'll make a,
Okay. Any other agency questions on this? Public questions or comments? Okay. Want to make a motion?
yeah, I'll make a motion to approve with the understanding we just reached about the 2-for-1 ratio and for the planning plan to be reviewed by staff.
Okay. And the pruning limit of,
And the pruning limit of 20.
So 20 to 25 feet max of the trees on the edge of the lawn.
on the edge of lawn all
Not to
right.
do the view shed, correct.
Okay. Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, 2018 where are we? 161, 65 Rockwood Lane. Joseph F. Rizzoli, PE, for Seku, perhaps, and Jennifer Kalund for construction of pool patios and drainage improvements 8 feet from wetlands. Mr. Clausy, please.
Okay. This application was reviewed and delayed at the December meeting. As stated in the staff report, I think all of the concerns that were raised at that time have been satisfactorily addressed by the applicant. The drainage design has been revised. Engineering division agreed with my observation that infiltration under these extensive patios they're going to be putting behind the house would be a prudent measure to employ, and that has been added to the plan. And DPW finds the drainage report acceptable in concept because they haven't finished their detailed review. So this is another thing where we need to add that DPW condition as a precondition. Let's see. Planting plan has been submitted to restore the buffer. The plan notes that the split rail fence around the backyard will be replaced by a deer fence that's compliant with the pool code. So that's just something that I hadn't noticed before. Biological narrative has now been submitted. This was prepared by wetland scientist Timothy Welling. Mr. Welling concludes that implementation of the project should not cause wetland impact, but also notes that there's the opportunity to stabilize and enhance the banks of the watercourse to the southwest of the house, and I agree with his recommendation to add a dozen shrubs in this area, which should be 2 to 3 feet tall to comply with the agency's guidelines for plantings. So I recommend the agency issue a permit with the conditions provided, including adding the DPW approval as a precondition.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Welcome. Anything to add to Bob's comments? Okay. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant on this application? Any public questions or comments? Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
approved with the addition of the DPW approval condition discussed earlier.
Okay, very good. Is there a second? Norma seconds. Okay, all in favor? Aye?
Thank you.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you. Okay, on to new applications. First is 2018-140, 6 Oak Drive, Rocco V. DeAndrea, Inc., for Philip Dicker, for construction of a single-family residence pool, retaining wall, and drainage system 11 feet from wetlands. Bob, please.
This application was submitted some time ago, but has been held back from consideration. Actually, hang on, I guess we looked at it in November. Concerns were raised then and had been raised by staff in the initial review. And these concerns, in my opinion, have been fully addressed by the applicant. In recognition of the significant intensification of use behind the house and the expansion of residential activities into sort of a naturally maintained backyard, the applicant originally had no mitigation or enhancement of the wetland, and that was an issue. And that has been corrected with the submission of a planting plan, which will naturalize the area below the proposed low retaining wall. Let's see, okay, Dory. So the wetland is within this larger green area, and the 11 feet separating distance that's mentioned in the staff report is between the edge of the wetland and the retaining wall at its closest point. So this will be a significant enhancement of this wetland. We've also worked with Len DeAndrea and his staff on trying to get some more water onto the surface of the wetland rather than piping it straight through the wetland. And the drainage system will be discharging now through level spreaders at the base of the retaining wall. Rather than a 12-inch pipe running this way, connecting to off-site drains, there will be 2 8-inch pipes, which Mr. DeAndrea assures me has a smaller cross-sectional area than a 12-inch pipe. So it'll be a little bit constricted, and the catch basin at the head of the wetland here will serve as a high overflow area. So when in big rain events, when those pipes get over capacity, it'll back up and flood out into the wetland. So I think we're getting more water directly into this critical area on the surface to help with the enhancement plantings and quality of the wetland. The drainage system has been revised. The plans and supporting calculations indicate that it will produce a yield a reduction in peak runoff rates through the 100-year storm versus existing conditions. DPW has asked for some more revisions to the plan, but none of these are going to really change the design to the extent that it's going to squeeze the wetland or do anything related to the wetlands. So I think with our famous DPW precondition added to this permit, I recommend the agency issue a permit with the conditions in the staff report.
Thank you. Anyone here to speak to this application?
Leonard DeAndrea, Connecticut, professional engineer. Just basically that, working with staff, we have a pipe running right through our side of the property. In this case, there's no direct connection, and that was the intent of the design, is to continue to hydrate that body.
All right, so that's an existing pipe that's running through there, or that's a proposed pipe that's going to run through the?
It's an existing corrugated metal pipe, which is basically rusted out through the bottom. So we came up with different ideas,
Okay.
like, do we do a perforated pipe and keep hydrated? No, that we dried out. So at the end of the day, we did things to deliver the water to it at the surface level instead of any direct.
Okay.
So it's an existing pipe that's being replaced.
Got it. Do we have an idea of what the frequency of storm event is that will hydrate the wetland? I mean, is that 8-inch size space, or 8-inch diameter size for a 5-year event, a 2-year event?
And the other thing is, we went to the other side of this, on the north side, and it's hard to actually see what's actually coming into it. So we're kind of looking at it a different way, too. We have the property to the west of us that's discharging down towards it in some form of sheet load, some pipe discharges. So we took our side of the property now, and basically what we've done here is just to make sure, no matter how that pipe is functioning, that we constantly have this being hydrated. So that's why we have the level spreaders. There's no, even the sump pump doesn't go directly into the pipe that runs through the property. It all goes in such a fashion that it will sheet flow in, overflow the pipe that's coming in from the street side, or delivered from our property itself.
Okay. Is there any ability to constrict that 8-inch diameter in the future, should the hydration regimen?
What you have to recognize here too, it's very flat.
Right.
So it doesn't convey as much as the 12-inch pipe that's preceding it, and then that's exactly why we put those basins there. We don't mind, it will overflow, and we have our wall on our side, the neighbor comes up on this side too, so we have a basin there.
Okay.
And that's the effect.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Other questions, comments on this? No? Public questions or comments? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion on this application?
Motion to approve with the addition of the new DPW acceptance language.
Okay, very good. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. Okay, next up is 2018-141, 20 Walsh Lane, Rocco V. DeAndrea, Inc., for James C. Cook and Nancy Parmet, for installation of a drain and pond dredging. Mr. Clausy, please.
All right. Let me see. The applicant has informed us that they're looking at changing the plan, but they need to do some monitoring, which they're not able to do at this time of year, in order to determine exactly what they want to do and are able to do to achieve their goal of having a pond that holds water and is a pond, for the whole year rather than just when it's really wet. Mr. DeAndrea says that time of year to do the testing is not going to happen before they run out of review time at the next meeting. So we just wanted to bring that to your attention and ask for your agreement with something that we have discussed with Mr. DeAndrea, in that staff have spent very little time on reviewing this application. If the applicant were to reapply when they get their data, this is one of those cases where the amount of time we spent doesn't really justify the application fee that was paid, so may they reapply without paying a fee.
That would be a great accommodation to the owner. What we're trying to do is gauge groundwater. We found out through the period of time that we've been watching it that so much water has been removed from the system at the dry period that we could not justify at this point making that diversion. So
Okay.
the next question would be was whether or not there's actually enough groundwater to try to improve the condition in that shallow man-made pond by digging it a little deeper. If there's no groundwater, then we're not going to proceed. So perhaps
Okay.
the thing to do is to ask before the end of our time, which is the end of February, that we can install the piezometers and let us do that within the period and then decide if we reapply. So if I send you a modified plan to show where we'd like to put the piezometers, we can do that. And then if we need to reapply, we would.
Okay. So are you looking for a,
So rather than withdraw, you want to delay it?
And just a delay so I can modify that through the discussions we've had with Bob and my client. I can show where we want to do piezometers, leave that as part of the permit for now. We'll discuss that at the end of
Yeah.
the February meeting.
That becomes a more
Then it's
labor-intensive
over.
exercise, so the fee might not be waivable at that
We
point.
wouldn't need it, right?
Okay,
Okay?
okay, fair enough. I will make a motion to delay.
I'll second.
All in favor? Okay.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 2018-155, 309 Taconic Road, Land Tech for 309 Taconic LLC for a 4-lot conservation zone subdivision through wetlands. Bob, looks like you're pinch hitting on this.
Okay. Am I correct that Ms. Curlin, Mr. Schoendorf, and Mr. Rogers visited this site? Yep, okay, good.
Okay.
So,
I also visited.
okay, all right. Alan Rossi, okay, so,
That was December 17th.
good. Right, the, correct, I'm coming in cold on this, really cold. Has the agency seen this before, or this is the first time you've seen this?
This is a new application for review.
So, this proposal is to subdivide an oversized parcel way up on Taconic Road into 4 single-family lots through the conservation subdivision process. There's an existing dwelling on one of the lots that will be created, and then there'll be, potentially 3 other houses with a large open space area. I note the fee paid for this application didn't cover construction of the houses, so this is merely the conceptual approval at this point. The director's report has a lot of data that she notes is either has not been provided or she feels needs to be provided. The applicant has gotten a copy of the report, is aware that there are no conditions of approval, but would like the agency's feedback on anything else besides what's called out in Director Sesto's report that they feel the applicant should be working on in the meantime between now and their next hearing. I would also note that if this application is delayed past this evening, we'll need an extension from the applicant. I don't know if you sent that today.
Okay.
So I guess we got that already. Going through the staff report, I think the things that jumped out at me is bullet point 1B is this wetland labeled Wetland 3, a vernal pool. 1E regarding the applicant's wetland evaluation and impact assessment. I guess the director didn't feel that what was in this section called regulated wetland impacts were a statement of the impacts. So there's some guidance here as to what sort of things she's expecting to see from a section like that in a report. 1G, 3 sentences regarding feasible and prudent alternatives is not sufficient. Bullet point 2A, the limit of disturbance in yards have not been shown on the conceptual plan, and how will the limit of lawn be permanently marked in upland review areas? Bullet point 2, 2G, existing trees and those proposed for removal are not shown. 2H, the erosion sedimentation control plan has some issues, and particularly the plan and methodology for the new wetland crossing. I mean, this is the only place where they're going into the wetland. I guess the plans don't show sediment barriers, dewatering method, coffer damming, whatever might be needed to control things during construction of the crossing. Point is raised in 2H, number 6, that it would be good for the agency to know if one developer or is anticipating developing these 3 lots, or is this going to be just sold to the, individual developers and develop piecemeal, because there are things that relate to more than one lot, like the common driveway that goes through lot 1, that would have to be hashed out in that case with multiple developers. And that's about all I'm going to say on that. So I recommend delay, and with the extension, we can go another.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Chris Allen. I'm a professional wetland scientist and professional soil scientist with Land Tech. As Bob described, we did receive the staff report. So tonight, I think I'll just give a brief overview. With the understanding that we will be addressing one of these comments, providing additional detail to the plans.
And you're going to give the extension?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I sent an email to Bob today authorizing the extension for 65 days. So with that understanding, I'll just give you a brief overview. What's being proposed without getting into a lot of detail. We can probably cover that next month. We'll provide a detailed report addressing all of the comments and plan changes that we made. So just to give you perspective of where this is located, got the Conic Road that runs north to south along the east side of the property near the intersection of Farms Road. You have the one large existing residence at 309 Conic Road, which is served by a lengthy driveway. It comes up the hill to the residence. Overall property is shown in green. You can see that it abuts Stanwich Golf Course to the north and the west, and residential properties around the rest of the perimeter of the property. So the proposal is to maintain the existing large residence at 309, and to create a new common driveway off of Conic Road to serve 2 additional houses plus the existing residence, and actually eliminate most of the driveway that's currently finds its way up the hill to the house. Convert that back either to a grass or a meadow environment. There would be one other house that would be accessed off the existing driveway that comes in off of Conic Road now. The wetland crossing that Bob mentioned is accessed the westernmost lot number 4. You can see there's an intermittent water course that takes drainage from Stanwich Golf Course and brings it down into one of the larger wetlands on the site. There are 2 large wetlands on the site, this being one. They're both about 2 acres in size, and the other one in the southwest corner, which has about 1.5 acre pond remaining in the pond. You see flows through a water course that's lined with stone walls on both sides, enters the pond in the southwest corner, and then discharges over the dam in the northeast corner of the pond. Each house will be, the stormwater drainage system is proposed to maintain the existing flow patterns on the site. So each house site will have its own rain garden for detention and treatment of stormwater runoff for both quantity and quality. As part of conservation development, as Bob said, there will be a large piece of open space, about 8.8 acres of going to encompass that entire area. So we'll preserve both large wetlands, the westernmost wetland and one in the southeast corner. be included in that open space.
Is the, I'm sorry to interrupt, but is the question, the western wetland, is that's the one that's, the question was about it potentially being a vernal pool, or?
No,
Okay.
actually, there are two other small wetlands. There's one to the north of the existing house.
Okay.
It appears to be a man-made depression. Somebody excavated it out, and it's filled with groundwater.
Okay.
We're not sure we'll be able to definitively determine within the next month. We'd have to wait till the spring to determine whether or not it does support breeding amphibians. But I think what we'll propose is that we're going to provide some measures to make sure that we're not going to interrupt that wetland, that we won't have an impact on that wetland, hydrologically or from a vegetation standpoint. We'll most likely relocate this driveway even further to the north, provide some more distance between that wetland and the driveway. And we'll make sure that there's no impediments to movement from that wetland. I'll get a little bit more into that when we update our environmental report as well.
So it's potentially a vernal pool? It's potentially?
It's potentially, like I said, it's a man-made depression. It's fairly small. At this time of year, it does have water. We're not completely sure if it dries out during the summer. Likely that it is, that does during severe dry periods, so it's probably not a permanent basin. But it has some of the characteristics of a vernal pool just simply because
We're pretty familiar with the extended buffer that's required for vernal pools. So
Yeah.
it's going to be an important consideration.
Right, and again, we'll address that as best we can. Unfortunately, there is no other way to access this lot without impacting that larger wetland. So these are things that we'll address in the report and alternatives assessment as well.
Okay.
The other wetland is just a small pocket wetland, which is actually just down the gradient of the existing driveway. There's no spring house there. I assume I opened at one time. Most of these wetlands are just groundwater steep wetlands on a hillside. That one, and the larger one, they're hillside seeps. Most of the soils in those wetlands are compact soils. You have the expression of groundwater seeps.
Okay. Very good.
So, I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
We'll get into more detail, like I said, next
Yeah,
time.
as specific as you can, because there's
Yes.
some pretty specific comments.
Absolutely, and I'd like to, just make sure that if the commission has any other concerns or questions that. Address prior to next meeting.
I think the devil will be in the details, and I think that, Director Sesto laid out what she was looking for pretty thoroughly, so I think we'll have that to react to next month. Is there any public questions or comments? Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This was motivated by site visit. I think that there is a fairly large area of open space. The question is, who's going to take care of whatever is done in that open space after this is subdivided?
Yeah, I don't think that has been determined yet. It would likely be a homeowners association that would own the open space, unless there was some interest from one of the local land trusts, which I'm not sure there is.
So you're going to address this?
We can address that, sure.
Okay, good point, thank you. Okay, any other agency comments on this? Public questions or comments at this point? There'll be more to react to next month.
Motion to
Okay.
delay.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you, see you next month. Next is 2018-163, 7 Lismore Lane, Grumman Engineering for Dennis D'Antonio for construction of a detached garage and drainage 8 feet from wetlands.
Okay. The area that's where this garage is proposed to go is mostly a lawn area, and it slopes gently down toward this stone-lined watercourse. And at the time I wrote the staff report, we had not received any sort of mitigation besides the rain garden, which is required, a rain garden or some similar measure is required by the town drainage manual, so it's not, I don't really consider it mitigation. The garage is in close proximity to the brook and precludes the future use of this area for any sort of natural buffer. So that's why I brought up the question immediately of mitigation and also how the rain garden would be planted, which is an opportunity to do something other than turf grass, which is, we saw in the previous application there, 122 Cedarwood, for their rain garden. At the time the staff report was written, we didn't have a biological narrative, a discussion of alternatives considered, and some other issues, which, most of which we have gotten responses to now. We did get a environmental assessment done by Environmental Land Solutions that I think was sent out in your packets. This has a mitigation proposal to plant 5 clethra shrubs in the eastern corner of the site within the wetland to the south of the watercourse. And within 20 feet of the watercourse in the backyard, plant 3 swamp white oaks for the purpose of enhancing wildlife habitat and shading the brook. And then 7 winterberry shrubs and 20 switchgrass plugs, I guess, and seed with native meadow mix in the rain garden. I sent with your staff report a copy of the watercourse buffer planting and management plan that was part of the 2007 permit. You can see how that basically had a strip along both sides of the brook, and particularly in the southern end of the property where the wetland widens out into more of a little floodplain situation. This whole area was supposed to be managed in a natural state. And I'm afraid I don't think that adding 5 clethra to this southern part of the wetland is sufficient. I think the 3 swamp white oaks are fine, and I think the planting plan for the winter rain garden is fine. But I really would like to see more of a mitigation enhancement for the encroachment into the buffer of the garage. I also got a response from Mr. Martin about the reinforced area that's proposed next to the garage, reinforced lawn area. My question was, is the garage going to be accessed from the driveway? And his response, as I understood it, was no, it's going to be accessed from the side through that reinforced lawn area. So I'd like him to kind of explain whether I understood him right, and if I did understand him right, why they can't come in from the driveway and get rid of that reinforced lawn area. Finally, I think I have to talk to Mr. Martin about the rain garden, because the depth to modeling is less than a foot between the bottom of the foot at the proposed bioremediation soil is and the groundwater modeling layer. And that's not, without some sort of a under drain, that's really not according to the drainage manual guidelines for a rain garden. It should be 2 foot separation. So this is an issue we can work out, and it doesn't, and they might not even, they could do another measure other than a rain garden if the rain garden doesn't work out. So the exemption provides for a list of things that can be done, including planting. So maybe focus on the planting and forget, something else, or make the rain garden work. But I recommend the agency delay this till we get some of those answers.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Good evening.
Hi.
Dean Martin with Drummond Engineering, special engineer.
answer some of Bob's questions, again, this is a very small garage. It is adjacent within 10 feet of the existing wetland and stream course that goes to the property. As Bob noted, we did provide a biological assessment of the site with some mitigation options, which will be provided at a future date with planning, et cetera, based on what the commission requires from us. One of the questions, I guess one of the main questions, is the location or the access of this proposed garage. And the idea is to access the garage on the west side. And if you've been to the site, you know that there's an existing wall that separates the driveway from the lawn area and the backyard area. The owners wish to maintain that separation, therefore they didn't want the garage to access directly onto the driveway, where they would lose that wall, lose that ability to separate the two areas. That's the main reason for the wall being, or for the driveway, for the garage being accessed on the west.
Is it, I'm sorry, is it like a grass pave kind of
Yes,
a product?
It's a grass paver, if you will, just a reinforced area right in front of the garage doors.
Okay.
And it would then go directly through an existing gate to the driveway.
I mean, are they going to be parking cars in there? I mean, that's an awfully narrow.
There are cars, yes. The owner has, he collects cars. He has exotic cars. And so he just needs more places to park the cars. This will be used once a month or during, nice sunny days. He'll go in and out, back the cars, drive the cars in, back them in, store them. So it will be
Occasionally used.
Just a sparingly used access way.
Just a quick question. Couldn't the garage be placed where the shed is now?
No, it's the shed is an existing non-conforming use that's within the front setback, so they wouldn't be able to put this new garage on the southern side of the existing garage without having to go for a variance from the ZBA.
Well, that might be easier than putting a new garage within 10 feet of the waterway if we don't let you do that.
That's possible, that's why we're here.
So there are other places to put it on the property.
There, again, it would be mainly in the backyard. The septic system covers most of the front yard in this area again, and then we have the zoning setback issues which we also have to.
And is there a garage under the house, or is this frame garage the only garage?
There is a garage under the house, yes.
So how many cars can you already park there?
Unfortunately, he parks his family vehicles under the garage. The existing detached garage houses his collection cars.
He's allowed to collect cars. Okay. And why can't the proposed garage be placed? Sorry. Here we go. I'm not sure I'm doing it right, but between I guess you couldn't get into the house from there.
The
I
car,
was just curious to see.
car owner.
So Ms. Curlin, Mr. Schoendorf, and Mr. Rogers visited the site. They may have some observations about buffers.
Okay. Observe away.
You brought up the same move that I was going to bring up, move it over where the shed is. It would be, from the standpoint of the wetland, a much preferred area. I don't remember the condition. I adjacent to the garages under the house as to what might be feasible adjacent to them. I don't remember what's right there. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it does appear that there are some feasible alternatives that should be explored, and you can tell us why they don't work next month when you come back.
I also think increasing the buffer, to Bob's point, if the rain garden's not going to work, or even if it does, I'd like to see more buffer on the edge of this water course and in the areas that are lawn right now.
Okay. Any other observations, questions, public questions, comments? Please.
I'm a neighbor.
Hi. Yeah, if
Step
you
up
could-
to the
yeah, if you
microphone
could-
and identify yourself, please.
Well, I just wanted to point to the diagram.
Okay.
No, for the, I'm sorry, sir.
Just for the record, we need your name and.
You need to know who you are.
My name is Jeff Lum. I'm a neighbor. I'm
Okay.
located on this property over here.
Okay.
It's 140 Round Hill Road. These are my concerns.
Okay.
Do I have to still speak to this?
You can pull the mic out of the holder if you want.
Oh,
We won't make you sing or anything.
no, thank you. Thank you. I take it this is the stream.
That's the wetland, so, yeah.
Oh, well,
Speak
there's
to.
a stream between our property.
Yep. A wetland is a
Okay.
water course,
And
yes.
it runs through, and it goes under Lismore Lane, and it goes into another neighbor's property and eventually empties into their pond. They're here too.
Okay.
The area here, I don't know if you want to technically define it as wetlands, because what I understand of it, it's the composition of the soil.
Right.
But my home, 35 feet away from it, it's a wetlands.
Okay.
Meaning
So
there's a
it has.
significant amount of water, and it doesn't dry in the summer, it stays wet.
Mhm.
So my concern is whatever is done here, I don't want to see that wetness come even further to the property.
Mhm.
Because I'm worried about whether or not the water table, et cetera, may be rising, whatever may happen.
Okay.
So that's my major concern.
Very good. Duly noted, thank you. Please come.
Hi, Andrew Asness, representing Norma Asness, who is at 122 Round Hill Road.
Okay.
A property which is, I guess, here.
Across the street.
Across the
Okay.
street on the other side of Lismore Lane. This brook runs into the pond, and then it continues past and further south down to other properties, down Pexland, etc. In the past, there have been problems with silt coming down this brook, as well as another brook that comes over from Round Hill and feeds into the pond. There were some landscaping that was done over on Round Hill Road, I believe it around 137, I'm not sure the exact number, that caused silting of the pond. The pond, over the time that my mother has lived there, has gone from about 6-7 feet deep to now about 1 foot deep. So there's a major concern on our part as to additional silting, any remediation that could be done. You know, excavating and building something right next to a brook is obviously going to cause a lot of dirt to pour in there. Any sort of rain water that comes, the dirt's going to end up in our pond. So we would like our concern is that we don't increase the silting. If this is approved, we would like it to be approved with some sort of remediation that prevents as much as possible any dirt and silt from going into the pond. And if we would recommend some sort of a study of our current situation at the pond so we understand the depth of the pond, and that if after, we'd like a study done prior to the construction and then after the construction. And if there is a change in the depth of our pond due in the area where this brook runs into the pond, that some sort of recourse is taken so that this owner
Well,
can excavate.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can really require them to study your property. What is typical of these types of applications is making sure that there's erosion and sedimentation control plans that are fully vetted as part of the construction sequence that.
And that's assuming we let the garage stay where it's
Right.
close.
I mean, obviously,
Right,
if it moves to the other side, it would have a much.
You have more of a buffer
less,
from that.
impact than the current plan, but
Right.
just wanted to express that
Okay.
concern.
No, duly noted. Thank you very much. Any other public questions or comments on this? Okay, I will make a motion to delay.
Second.
Discussion
I'm sorry.
quickly here.
Yes, please.
Mr. Martin, we'll need an extension before February 20th. So if you're saying you agree to that, we can delay it on that agreement. But
Yep.
if you-
Otherwise, we'll have to reject
we
it.
can deny it because it's incomplete.
Okay. She'll be sending, agency, okay, very good. Okay, all in favor of delay, signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seconded that.
I did.
Okay, next is 2018-164, 15 Cedarwood Drive, J. Fain and Associates for Richard Jelinek for construction of a driveway improvements and landscaping 35 feet from wetlands. Bob, if you would, please.
Okay, this is a project to modify the driveway at 15 Cedarwood Drive. Because of the increase in impervious coverage, stormwater management structures also have to be installed. And while they're at it, they figure they would like to level out a little piece of the front yard near their house. Closest activity is about 38 feet from the west. There is a landscape improvement plan, which includes 12 native understory trees, 22 shrubs, and about 2 dozen perennials, grasses, and ferns. This landscaping would be done both in the wetland and the conservation easement area that surrounds these two wetland pockets here in front. The plan submitted by the applicant proposes moving the boulder wall that runs this way, looping it around the edge of the conservation easement here. This was an issue that the director in particular questioned because the staff report that preceded the issuance of the permit when this property was redeveloped stated that the boulder wall should be maintained in place as a permanent demarcation feature. That never got into the permit as a condition. So it's a little bit unclear what part, or did they mean part of the wall, all of the wall, whatever. But be that as it may, the director was particularly concerned about cutting this too tight to the conservation easement line. And Mr. Fain has provided two alternatives that bring the wall a little bit further up this hill. So I think this is the main question that's before the agency tonight. Where would you feel comfortable having this portion of the wall relocated, if at all? I guess the applicant's interest is to open this, I believe that's the western part of this slope up a little bit so they can have a little, don't feel quite as confined, and when they enter their property, they can see out onto the road. So Mr. Fain can address this and we can discuss this. Let's see. I also would like Mr. Dufresne to discuss the deed restriction, because there's his landscaping plan shows a mowed path coming through this from the front yard into a little maybe sitting area or something between the wetland pockets. And I don't think the deed restriction for the conservation easement allows this, and I've attached a copy of that to your staff report. So I have given conditions of approval. I think this is approvable. I just think these details have to be hammered out to the agency's satisfaction. This is another application that needs the drainage precondition added, and I guess I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Hammer away, Mr. Fain.
Good evening, Director Jay Fain, Associates, 134 Round Hill Road, Fairfield, Connecticut. Bob, I think, gave you some of the history of this past application. It was approved by the agency in 2002 as part of, this was a tear down and rebuild, and as part of that original application, deed restricted area was designated over the wetland in this portion of the property. At the time, they wanted a permanent demarcation wall to demarc, I think, that area. This portion of the wall was constructed along with that deed restricted area. The portion of it remained straight, so we had a porous demarcation wall. Our feeling is we want to loop the wall back to close off the area permanently. This was never intended to be a natural area. Originally, there was a septic system proposed in this location, and after Cedarwood Road was sewered, the sewer line was connected right through here. We don't have a problem really about moving the wall up the hill more, but we would like to leave it below the sewer line if we could, because of the obvious reason we don't want to disturb the sewer line. We want to leave it accessible if it needs disturbed in the future. And also there's a pump chamber, and there's also, I think some of you walked the site, so there was an electric box in that location. So we have no problem moving it up as close to the wall as possible without, or to the line as possible without moving the sewer, and without disturbing the sewer. I think it achieves the intent of the permanent demarcation wall that was proposed at that time, and also provides adequate protection of the wetland. There's no super great features in here. It's almost all Pachysandra throughout. Our plan is over time to wean out the Pachysandra and replace the area and renaturalize the wetland. We don't want to do that all at once, because we ripped all the Pachysandra out there. We'd have an invasive weed festival. So we're judiciously planting native wetland plants in here, and over time we'll introduce more and more. And hopefully we can restore this wetland to its original vigor over time. I like to have some connection between the homeowner and the wetland. It serves as an educational purpose. It serves to connect people back to the wetland. But if the deed restriction says we can't have it, the people will just walk through the Pachysandra. Not an issue as far as we're concerned.
Okay, thank you.
Happy to answer any other questions. There's a few things you have to work out with Scott Marucci with the drainage, but for the most part, I think it's just a matter of some details. With the drainage thing, which is kind of like a jigsaw puzzle, trying to get all the pieces in place.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Fain on this? No?
How about the 212 elevation line?
Excuse me?
How about the 212 elevation line for the wall? It's on the far side of the sanitary sewer line.
On the side of it?
Yeah.
Like I said, I'd like to keep the wall free of the sewer. I'd like to not.
Yeah, this is far enough away, you're not going to disturb the sewer.
We have to cross it. I don't. What's that?
The wall already crosses.
Yeah, I know, but when I'm replacing, I'd like to avoid. But if that's what the agency feels comfortable with, that's what we'll.
I think you could still service the sewer
We'll make
line
it work.
by going around.
It's arguing about nothing. It's kind of the way you've been having a busy night. And I appreciate your
Okay.
time.
You want to make a motion? Oh, is there any public questions or comments on this? No.
You want to see what I'm talking about?
I do. Yeah. Do you want to make a
You want to see what it is?
Yeah, that's about where we suggested.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to approve with the condition that the wall be relocated to the 212-foot elevation line. And also pending any DPW comments and approvals.
Do you want to add anything about the Pachysandra gradual replacement?
And the gradual elimination of the Pachysandra per your comments within the wetland area. Okay,
Got all
is there a
that, Bob?
second? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Objections, abstentions, thank you. Okay, 218-165, 6 Neil Lane, Rocco V. DeAndrea, Inc. for Cocoon LLC for construction of an addition to commercial building and parking improvements 15 feet from wetlands. Mr. Clausy, please.
Okay, I understand Ms. Curley, Mr. Schoendorf, and Mr. Rogers visited the site. I'm going to pass down full-size copies of the planting plan. I think I sort of piecemealed sections of that and attached it to your staff report because I didn't have enough copies. This is an application to enlarge the Rocco B. DeAndrea commercial building at 6 Neil Lane. The addition would extend to about 15 feet from the swamp wetland, which is similar to the separating distance between the wetland and an addition that was approved previously by the agency but never constructed. Let's see. The application also proposes to take what is mostly a gravel parking lot behind the building and do some regrading and then pave it, curb it, and direct the sloping parking lot into a buffer strip in the northwest corner, which is actually going to replace about 250 square feet of gravel. This is a water quality feature. The plan that I just passed out shows what will be planted both in this water quality feature and along the edge of the parking lot. It's about a couple native trees and over 24 shrubs. Let's see.
Sorry, forgot to turn it on.
All right, I think, just getting to the point here, looking at aerial photos, it appears, I'll go back. The paved parking that's proposed conforms to the limits of the existing gravel parking. However, looking at air photos, especially those between 2003 and 2008, it looks like there was a change in the extent of gravel used for parking behind the building. And I attached the images from 1998 and 2016, which show as clearly as any of the 4 years what we are talking about. I guess agency members who visited the site also noticed that there's fill pushed up around some of the periphery trees. So Tony has been asked to address this apparent expansion. I also would be interested to know whether the number of striped spots that are proposed here is something that's required, or is this just the maximum number of spots you get in that area? And if there was an expansion in the parking gravel area, is there a way to tighten that up, lose a couple of spots, and gain a little bit more buffer? I have provided conditions of approval if resolution to this question is reached this evening.
Welcome, Tony.
Tony DeAndrea, representing COCON. COCON represents Colorado and Connecticut, where my brother and I went to different schools. Lenny in Colorado, me in Connecticut. Proud to have been able to develop our engineering and surveying business in this building that was constructed in 1963 by my father when he was running a surveying business. Shortly after he purchased the property and constructed the building, the town of Greenwich, looking for a place to dispose of excess material during the installation of the Riverside sewers, filled this property. I assume at the time, prior to regulations, that my father was more than happy to have somebody provide that material. At the same time, they also filled in some property over on Sheep Hill Road that was owned by my father, and for which I presented an application to this agency for approval to build within the limits of the fill. And I mention that because I can tell you as I stand here that my brother and I have never placed more fill here. I will try to understand, now that the photos are presented, how it appears to be as though we did. The limits of the fill can be seen, for those of you who are out there, going right up to the edge of those very obnoxious cottonwood trees. Because seasonally, we're covered with snow. And other than the time fairly recently when our neighbors in the condominium office buildings next door called up and told me that there was a tree about to fall on one of our cars, we cut one of them. But that's about the extent of what we've done over the years. Trying to explain why it looks different, I think that part of it may be from our plowing of snow in the winter and not being all that careful about reclaiming it backwards. But when I take a close look at it after comments were made and the photos were presented, you can see that it's mounded up and there's some gravel over on the side. So we're willing to rake that out and maintain it, remove it, and then maintain it as a closer to original ground. Bob had suggested that there might be ways in which we could add some more environmental qualities, water quality improvements, and so I did identify an area between the trees for which we could direct the roof drainage from the new addition into a rain garden, which is about half the size of what we're proposing in the northeast corner. The number of parking spaces that we need to comply with zoning criteria, which does not allow you to include handicap spaces. So while we are providing 2 handicap spaces, they don't count for zoning. And we need a total of 35 spaces. Excuse me, we need a total of 32 spaces. We are providing 35. In our chart, we also include the 2 handicaps, so there's a total of 37 with two vehicles in one garage and a handicap space in another, so that we can get access to the elevator that's now required. In truth, then, it would be possible to eliminate 2 spaces, but given the number of employees and the access through that parking lot, we would prefer to keep the limits of the gravel as it currently exists. We're at minimum setback, and we're right up against the retaining wall from the neighboring property, so when you put the dimensions on the lot, we are right up against the edge of what we have consistently used over the years. So if push comes to shove, we could lose 2 spaces by the zoning count. Obviously, we prefer not to, given the maneuverability and the area that you actually lose during the winter when you try to keep the snow out of the wetlands. We We have proposed to have the environmental rain garden treatment at the northwest corner of the lot. We do have drainage from the street of Neil Lane coming through the property, discharges into the watercourse. I can tell you that we've never had flooding of the parking lot based on the activity that we have. The area is a large storage area that we have endeavored to keep the channel open to pass that water through. So, with that, I would hope that the agency agrees, based on having seen the area, that we have not placed new material. In fact, over in the corner, this is a good excuse to get rid of those 2 old corrugated concrete pipes. It shows you how old they are, because the outside is corrugated. We certainly haven't made that in probably 50 or 60 years. The trees that are along the buffer on the edges will stay. We did propose to remove one of them that is right up against the edge of the parking, but if we were to pull it back a couple of feet, that would probably suffice. But we would lose 2 spaces. Currently and forever, the drainage has come down off the driveway's elevated, drops down to the back of the building, then continues down the ramp to the area of the parking area. And then the water moves across the parking lot in the, we call it toward the northwest, or the far right corner of the parking lot. And then it just dissipates into the wetland on the side. Seasonally, I trim in order to combat the knotweed that grows, overnight. It's very prevalent along here, not as dense along this side, which is on the northern side of the parking lot, but that's what we've been trying to control, because it does advance significantly and quickly. But this will be cleaned out and remove that expansion. And then we'll have to just continue to control it. When we put the extra rain garden on the side, we could control the other area where it gets very dense very quickly. Yes, this is intended to do that on the northwest corner, and then we add the other piece for the roof. Currently, the roof drains just discharge down through the catch basin or trench drain shown on the end of the building, the south end of the building, and then connects out to a manhole on the adjacent. So we'll be improving that element of it, draining it through the additional. And that's certainly doable and in the plan.
Thank you. Questions for Tony on this plan?
Well, I think some of them have been picked up, but that thing stores water as well as sundry other items, like tires and wheels and I think a couch and various other.
I was going to mention that I spend a lot of time in this building. I was going to say, I hate to say it, but it is my home. And I like
Is
to
that what
think
the
I don't
couch
like
is
it, but I
for?
do. But I've been in my office on a Saturday afternoon and watch a guy drive in and dump, that's caught him. And one of the best was, I can lose my temper too, but he loaded it back up faster than he unloaded, let me say that. But it's happened, and I've had to take piles of brush to the dump, it's an issue. Because it's accessible to Post Road, out the back of the liquor store, so to speak, and it's an issue. So we'll remove that.
Is it just your lot?
Excuse me?
Is it just your lot? Is it just your lot? I mean, no one else uses that for parking?
No, we park, that's it.
Okay, so you could gate it or do something if you really wanted to prevent
Yes.
people from going in there?
We have a neighborly arrangement, if you will, in that sometimes the beer truck will come in and turn around. This happens, so we're probably not going to want to gate it.
Okay.
But
long as they leave a case on your door,
Yeah,
then you're
exactly.
all set.
Just as a curiosity for my own edification, the gravel driveway that you have there now, is that considered permeable or non-permeable?
By whom? Under the drainage manual, it's blacktop, it's not permeable. In its current condition, it probably doesn't have much permeability now. It's been compacted, it hasn't sunk, it's been stable, other than us scraping off the top. But, when you pay attention and you look, yes, there's a lot of stone, gravel.
I must tell you,
We're gonna move it back.
I'm actually asking for a personal reason, because I have a gravel driveway in a 100-year-old house, and I'm just wondering how compact that is at this point.
It's hard as rock.
Concrete.
Yeah. Thank you.
Additional questions, comments? Bob, anything additional? Public questions or comments on this? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I guess motion to approve, but I guess we still have to put in the DPW thing, is this? No.
Not on this
No,
one,
no,
because
no,
this
no.
is, they're only adding 320-something square feet, so this is exempt. The buffer strip they're doing in the northwest is one of the measures you can do to meet the exemption standard. So and then they're going beyond that with the rain garden for the roof runoff.
I guess my only question or suggestion would be, how do you prevent your snow getting plowed in and tearing out your, whether it's a split rail fence or something that is kind of a little bit of a visual barrier?
Well, we're intending at this point to have a curb, so that'll identify it. And if we have the excess space, we still have the edge to plow to, so we can handle it that way.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
Motion to approve with the conditions listed.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Elliot, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Appreciate it.
opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 2018-166, 156 Overlook Drive, Rocco V. DeAndrea for Dingle Look LLC for construction of a single-family residence, driveway, pool, patios, drainage, and landscaping 70 feet from wetlands. Mr. Clausy, please.
Right. This was a lot that was, used to have a house on it, and that was demolished under a prior permit. The plan previously approved was also for a conceptual two-lot subdivision of that one lot into two lots. That was never carried through P&Z, so this is still one lot. They now come in with a plan to build a sizable house up on the cleared knoll portion of this. The wetland in question is a small section of watercourse with fringing meadow wetland that runs into a drain pipe through into the Millbrook system. I think given the slope from where they're doing the building down to that wetland, reinforced erosion controls are required here. There's some other erosion control details that are itemized in the staff report that ought to be added to the final construction plan. I'm not going to go through each one. There was a 20-foot demarcation feature supposed to be set along the west side of this wetland, but that was based on the 2015 approval for two houses. Now that we have one house, with all of this activity in and around the house, it would be more appropriate to have a wider buffer down here, so we get a little bit more of a buffer. Something like a 35-foot buffer rather than a 20-foot buffer. Let's see, if it's maintained as a meadow, it should be only mowed once a year at maximum. And this is another job we need to add that precondition of DPW, because they have approved it conceptually, but have not done their thorough review. I recommend the agency issue a permit. There is a condition in there calling for a 35-foot buffer with a demarcation feature.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bob.
Read the staff comments, we have no objection to those comments. I agree that the S&E plan is a little weak, we can strengthen that. I've looked at the suggestions that Bob made, and they're all right on target. I have indicated how a 35-foot buffer can be added. The DPW comments, again, are consistent with what they're trying to do now, is agree that we have the concept. Basically submitted the detailed report. There's a couple of issues that they would like us to do, such as dig one more test hole on a particular contour rather than where we had excavated it, not knowing exactly what the final design would be. So not a problem to do. It's just proving that we have enough depth above the ground. But since we're filling inside a retaining wall, we have no problem verifying that. The beauty of this application is that we do have the elevation in our favor. We're able to use a large storage area under a permeable pavement driveway and direct the water to that for storage and treatment. We have that in two areas where we have access into the garage. One of the comments that DPW made was he's worried about a little bit of slope in front of the garage, so we're going to tier it, which is something we do when we have a slope of the underlying natural topography. It's hard to believe that anything on this particular site right now is natural. It's been completely manipulated. And the test holes we use those to prove where the original soil is. And what we're doing with this design is avoiding a known problem in the southwest corner, where right now there's a lot of water, and I've spoken to neighbors and trying to accommodate that by preventing any additional flow going in that direction. So the drainage worked out quite well, given the topography that we have and the ultimate outlet after we've detained and recharged the soil based on that design. So satisfying DPW is not an issue for us at this point. The items that you mentioned are simple and fair, and the buffer along the wetland is a very reasonable condition.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. DeAndrea? Public questions or comments? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll take this one. Motion to approve application 2018-166 with the agency's standard conditions and attach special conditions to the staff report if the proposed drainage system is found acceptable to the town of Greenwich DPW.
Well done, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Okay. Next are applications to be received. I will make a motion to receive applications 1 through 9 inclusive on tonight's yellow agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Next are agent approval permits. There were 3, 2018-147, 2018-162, and 2019-002. Are there any questions on any of the agent approval permits? No? Okay. Moving right along to violations. Cease and correct order 2018-16 for Fred and David Hochberg, 8 Dublin Drive, unauthorized clearing of understory vegetation, construction of an access road.
Joe has to leave. Joe's recusing himself.
He's recusing, okay. Klaus, you're now, for this application, you're on? Or this cease and correct you're on? Unauthorized clearing of understory vegetation, constructions of an access road, and deposition of construction debris within wetlands and watercourse areas. Doreen, please.
Thank you. This should also include 225 Stanwich Road at cease and correct order 2018-17 for Philip and Colleen Hempelman, since it's a combined violation. Okay, I'm first going to read into the record the documents. Photos dated May 15, 2014 and October 5th, 2018. 2008 GIS map, Permit map from agent approval 1999-023. That's application 1999-038. An email chain between Robert Clossie, Sal Triano, and Doreen Carol Andrews dated October 25th, 2018. Email between Doreen Carol Andrews, Fred Hochman, Tom Healy, and Tom Strong Grinsell dated November 9th, 2018. Letter and photos from Salvatore Triano, P.E., dated January 21st, 2019. Stop work order dated October 26th, 2018. And the violation summary and cease and correct order 2018-16 and 2018-17, issued December 10th, 2018, and resent in January 22nd, 2019. So staff was notified that the owners of 225 Stanwich Road, we were notified by the owners of 225 Stanwich Road that their neighbors at 11 Dublin Hill Drive had removed vegetation along a dam and deposited construction debris in a wetland near the eastern end of the dam located on their property. A site inspection 211 Dublin Hill Drive also found extensive removal of understory vegetation around the property that included wetland, watercourse, and buffer areas. There was an access road along the eastern edge of the property that runs adjacent to a wetland, also observed. A stop work order was issued to both property owners with the understanding that the work done on both properties was done by the owners of 8 Dublin Hill Drive. The letters were sent both by regular and certified mail in October 2018. Cease and correct orders 2018-15 and 2018-16 were sent to each property owner via regular mail, again on January 22nd, 2019. Staff recommends that the agency maintain the cease and correct orders and further recommends that a certificate of violation be placed on the land records if a corrective application is not received by February 18th, 2019.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to this?
Good evening. I've been retained by the property owner at 8 Dublin Hill to help them resolve this issue. We've already started with wetland mapping, been in touch with Doreen. We're going to meet with Doreen. The new property owner from the city, they want to fix this. They're not familiar with the regulations and so forth, so and they've been in touch with their neighbors, and it looks like it's going to be resolved
Okay.
so it's good.
Great, thank you very much. I guess a question for 1 second. Are we still, or have we been sending out letters based upon?
New property owners?
Yes.
There's been some kind of holdup. They're not allowing us to have those new letters at the assessor's office. It hasn't been, the reason why hasn't been clear.
Okay, if you could ask Pat to send me an email on that, and I'll follow up, because I think that would be important. Okay, thank you. Public questions, comments?
Alex Levy from Steinbergstone Levy Law Group, and I have with me Sal Triano. We're representing the Hempelmans, the owners of 225 Stanwich Road.
Okay.
So we have no problem working with our neighbors, but clearly this violation had nothing to do with us.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood.
So just so the board, my name is Sal Triano, I'm a professional engineer. Just so the board understands some of the activities here, there's an encroachment and trespass of more than 50 feet onto the property and complete clearing of vegetation, some in excess of 8 to 10 inches. And these are relatively healthy, vigorous growth that provide the screening and everything else that the implements enjoyed since they've owned the property for a long time. And the objective here is to get this to be put back in a condition as close as possible to the original. That's the goal.
Okay.
And I think the wetlands folks know how the implements are about their property and see what we've done with it before. And that's, again, going to be the overall objective.
Okay, well, we'll get an
Mr.
application.
Cannon, you heard that, right?
Okay, very good. Yes, sir.
I'm
Richard Schultz. I'm a neighbor at 28 Dublin Hill.
Oh, okay.
And the access road, the supposed access road, is a way for the tree people to chip the branches that I collect in a pile on my property. And the owners prior to the current owners of number 8 said, no problem, go ahead and have them come in and do it. And it's just a way for the tree people to be able to chip that up and spread that out. But those are branches and trees that have either died or or have fallen off.
Okay.
So I'm responsible for that unauthorized path. Because in fact, I thought that was my property.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good. So, Mr. Kenny, you know this neighbor now, or?
Getting to know everyone.
Okay, very good.
The property is a really odd-shaped property, so people in the neighborhood, adjoining property owners, it's where their property line was not clear to
Okay.
some of the people involved with this.
Very good. So
We'll be trying to-
next month you'll untangle the ball of string for us so we can make sense out of it. Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other public comments on this? Okay, would someone like to make a motion? Okay, 28, I'll finish the sentence, 2018-16 and 17. And place a violation on the land records if an application is not received by February 18th, 2019. Is there a second? Second. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, thank you. And last but not least, cease and correct 2019-001 for Georgetown Owners, Inc. in Georgetown North Tax District, 29 Valley Drive, unauthorized construction of a retaining wall within wetland and watercourse areas. Doreen, please.
The record of documents, photos dated September 30th, 2014, October 5th, 2016, and undated photos, but current from late 2018. Permit 2014-105, application 2014-125, letter from Moya Duffy to Pat Sesto and Bob Clossy dated December 13th, 2018. Stop work order dated September 19th, 2018. Violation summary and cease and correct order 2019-01 issued January 22nd, 2019. In June 2018, staff met on site with representatives from Georgetown North to discuss various activities that could be done without the need for a wetland permit. As a result of the meeting, it was determined that any rocks that had slipped from their location along the bank of the ponds could be reset by hand, but that any increase in the stone armoring or reworking of the pond banks would require a wetland permit. This past December, staff noticed that the stone retaining wall had recently been constructed along the pond in front of building number 1 of Georgetown North. A follow-up inspection found that the wall had been built and the area had been backfilled. A stop work order was issued to the property owners in December 2018, and cease and correct order 2019-01 was sent certified in regular mail on January 22nd, 2019. Staff recommends that the agency maintain the cease and correct order and require the submission of a corrective application by February 11th, 2019, or otherwise place a certificate of violation on the land records.
Okay, thank you, Doreen. Anyone here on this particular one? Okay. Bill?
I'm here this evening also with 2 members of the condo board, Betsy Harper and Charles White.
Okay.
I was asked to help them to resolve this.
Navigate this. Okay, very good. And we'll be seeing an application by the, is it still the 11th? February 11th?
If we could get some more time, get it in time for the February deadline, which I think would give us a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think
So
that's reasonable.
that would be helpful.
What's that date? Yeah.
The standard deadline you have for your month.
Okay,
23rd, I think it's the 23rd, the Friday before.
okay, okay. 23rd, 19. Very good. I'll make a motion to maintain cease and correct order 2019-001. And a certificate of violation will be placed on the land records if we do not receive an application by February 23rd, 2019. Is there a second?
Excuse me, there's a neighbor here who may.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any public questions at this point, or comment? No? Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Thank you very much. We stand adjourned, or we sit adjourned, and we will stand in a moment.